My goodness. And there it is. Wow, gets it to Indigo.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for continued coverage of the 2021 PWBA Tour season. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC and Bowl TV, and we are excited to bring you the opening round of qualifying from the 2021 PWBA Louisville Open taking place at Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville, Kentucky. We'll be joined by the rest of the Bowl TV crew, Jason Thomas and Curtis Von Kruger, in just a moment. But our competitors, more than 70 players in the field this week, are just getting ready to wrap up their warm-up session prior to the start of this 6-game block. They'll be back on the lanes at 5 p.m. Eastern to bowl their second 6 games, and the top 32 players after 12 games will advance to competition on Saturday. This week, 44-foot the pattern, so a little bit different than what these competitors have seen the last 2 weeks out on tour. We had 36 feet 2 weeks ago at the Albany Open. Last week, 39 feet. So we saw a lot of hook, players getting the ball to the right quickly. Going to be a little bit different this week, 44 feet the length. They had 90 minutes to kind of get familiar with the house, get familiar with the pattern yesterday. They're ready to get going for their opening round here today. So with that, we'll go back to the lanes as the practice session wraps up. We do have 3 channels available on BowlTV.com. So a big good morning and welcome to everybody watching on Bowl TVs. I've already seen a lot of familiar faces in the chat, so thank you again for joining us, good folks. We're also live right here for game number 1 on Facebook. So good morning to all the good folks on Facebook as well. We look forward to bringing you this preview into game number 1. But after that, you will have to head over to BowlTV.com to watch wire-to-wire coverage of the Louisville Open. So just a couple minutes left in our practice session before competition does get underway. We're going to start things off here behind lanes 15 through 18 with our defending champion from Executive Strike and Spare, Dasha Kovalova. We see here far left of your screen, she's going to be on 15 and 16 to start. Of course, the moment, one of the most iconic moments since the relaunch of the tour, provided by Dasha in 2019 in this very building, rolling a 300 game in the title match against Liz Johnson to win her 2nd career title. She went and added a 3rd title this season, a little bit earlier at the Twin Cities Open, and she's back, she's ready, and she's looking to end this particular stretch of the tour strong as we head into a little bit of a break after this, folks. So we've been pretty steady here every weekend since the end of April with the PWBA Tour, but the tour's going to take a brief hiatus for the next month or so. So the players are going to have the opportunity to rest up, prepare for the second half of the season. This is only event number 11, so we have 20 total this year. So still 9 events to come up after this, starting with the Lucy, the PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer mixed doubles in Houston at the end of July, which will turn into the Summer Classic right after that at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. And we'll be ready to go from there. The U.S. Women's Open also in the second half of the season. So I know the players looking forward to a little bit of a break to just take a little breather, but still got one more event to go before it is time to take that little break. So we got the best players in the world ready to put on a show for you. And with that, let's bring in Jason Thomas, who is sitting by the lane side at Executive Strike and Spare. Good morning, JT.
I am ready to put on a show for you guys at home. I'm not going to sing, but I am ready. Yeah, and something interesting to watch for today after the practice session yesterday, we had Stephanie Johnson come in, and she said something I thought was very interesting. She thought the scoring pace would be medium to low or low to medium. I can't remember which order she said it in, but it feels to me like you can shoot some high scores on this. Now, I don't know if she meant just in general, the field, the scores might be low, the cut score might be low, but I certainly feel like we can see some strikes here today, and it doesn't mean it's going to take 220 or 230 to make the cut, but I'm curious to see how that plays out.
And the players are, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, and I mentioned it at the top of the broadcast. Coming off the last 2 weeks, the players were forced to get for the right-handers, they were forced to get the ball right. They had to get the ball away from them just because we saw so much hook from the pattern, so much hook from the centers. A little bit different this week. You got to keep your angles a little more in front of you, but you're still migrating more toward, from what we saw in the practice session, they're more toward the middle part of the lane with the longer pattern. But we got a lower volume of oil too, so that combination is going to be pretty fun to kind of watch develop over the course of these 6 games.
It certainly doesn't seem like the pocket is hard to get to. So, you combine that with how, the ingenuity of these players, being able to figure out how to get the ball to go through the pins right. And Dasha Kovalova snaps the 10 out right out of the gate. That's the hit all the players want to see. If they can carry that, you can shoot some big scores.
And JT, that's at least now 13 in a row for score on that particular pair of lanes. So,
That's right. That's right.
In PWBA competition. So that was the TV pair in 2019, 15 and 16. Will be the TV pair this week as well. So 15 and 16, the place to be. Hopefully at the end of the week, we'll be there right here on BoldTV.com.
That's right, Aaron. That's a great call.
So hopefully she just continues it, and then we'll just have her bowl there every game.
Yeah, back-to-back 300s. Why not?
All right, folks. JT and I will be chatting back and forth. We're going to go full screen though, so you can enjoy the action. The top players on the PWBA tour joining us here for game number 1 on 15 and 16. As we mentioned, Dasha Kovalova, the defending champion. Also on 15 and 16 to start, Sandra Gongora, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Jada Horn, and Jennifer Hokersack. And over on 17 and 18, Kayla Crawford, Danielle Duffy, Shalyn Zolkifli, Caitlin Johnson, and Liz Culkin. So we have some pairs with 5 this week. We'll also have some with 4. For those of you watching on BoldTV.com, we are showing lanes 11 through 22. So if you want to watch PWBA 1 right now, on that pair to kick things off on 11 and 12, Elise Bolton, Ashley Galante, Laura Plazas, Julia Bond, and Kelly Kulik. And on 13 and 14, Pamela Alvarez, Andrea Baer, Daria Payuk, and Gigi Mason. Over on PWBA 3, lanes 19 through 22. We have Lauren Pate, Fania Kobo, Shannon O'Keefe, Shannon Pluhowski, Kayla Smith, Tanya Ramanpour, Shania Carr, Kara Mangiola, and I know some folks already mentioned, where is the Empress? Stephanie Johnson on 21 and 22 to start. Dasha's string of strikes on that pair now will end at 15 or at 13, 10 pin in the second frame. We chatted with Dasha prior to the start of this event, obviously returning as the defending champion. Always exciting to be able to defend your title. But for Dasha, she didn't want to let that affect her process too much. Still was going to treat it as if, she's heading to a brand new center. Obviously, it's always good to have the notes and the information, some of the characteristics, but was going to approach this week just like any other and try and just stick to her process, which has led her to currently sit 5th in points so far this season. And with that, we're going to bring in our third member of the Bold TV crew, Curtis Von Kruger, going to join us here. Curtis, how are you doing, sir?
Good morning, Aaron. How are you, sir? I'm doing very well. It's a beautiful day to watch some amazing bowling, and I'm excited to see how this long pattern works.
I am as well. I mentioned with JT a little bit of a change from the past couple of weeks. We've seen 36, we've seen 39. Now a pretty big jump to 44 feet.
Absolutely. Lower all volume oil. It's going to be some of the thicker stuff, as I'm sure you guys have already discussed. It's going to be some current out there. Seeing a lot of ASIM bowling balls out on the lanes right now. But then some pearl cover stocks, some calmer pearl cover stocks with the pin down. Really going to try to get the ball through the heads and the mids. And get it off the spot with some motion. Don't get it outside of 10. It is real slick out there. The ball is not going to recover, and so if I feel like if you can play up the lanes a little more with some speed, that's going to really work to your advantage this week. So I look for Liz Johnson, Shannon O'Keefe to really have a strong week and a strong showing. Obviously, Liz led last year and was taken down by Dasha, who, obviously rolls the perfect game. And so I look for her to repeat that. Obviously, she's probably very comfortable in the center. But yeah, that's what we're seeing right now. And we're going to see some interesting lane play as the condition starts to break down and you get the fronts and the heads really starting to hook. It's almost like the ball wants to hook 3 times on this pattern as the ball goes down the lane. So look for, like I said, a lot of pearl cover socks and aggressive cores.
Curtis, thank you for the update there and checking in. Excellent as always, good sir.
He is excellent. Well, Dasha's string is over, Aaron, at 13. 13's a nice run, though.
It's not bad. I will take that any day of the week. Multiple times over during the course of an entire block. Talk a little bit about Jada Horn during the practice session yesterday. Became a bit of a fan favorite in the Bull TV chat. I know a few folks are watching her progress throughout the course of last week's event at the Greater Nashville Open, making her first cut, bowling as a non-member. But a young player out here attempting to kind of learn a little bit more about her game, and I believe Emil said looking ahead to potentially college in the future and some collegiate bowling. But right now, taking this opportunity to test herself against the best in the world, gets a nice hit, it's clean through 3. Jada out of Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah, she throws a great strike ball, and that's the first key to having success is being able to throw some strikes, and certainly Jada, she can get that done, and from there it just becomes the game is all about knowing when to move, where to play, equipment, and I'm sure the college experience will round out her game, and by the time she's ready to come out here on tour, she'll be a force to be reckoned with. We did mention yesterday we have a 2-hander in the field this week. Danielle Henderson from St. Louis, Missouri. She's currently bowling on 25 and 26. We'll get to watch her in games 4, 5, and 6 this afternoon. So that's something exciting for the fans at home who have been looking to watch a 2-hander out here on the PWBA Tour.
Let's go. Yeah, Emil has been hyping her up for a couple of weeks, so the fans are ready.
and just everything you expect from a two-hander. That's what Danielle delivers. High rev rate, throws it hard. Certainly does all the things that you expect from the two-handers.
Folks, again, as we look at the tournament format, it's again total pinfall through 24 games will determine our top four for the stepladder finals. 6 games in this round, 6 games coming up later today at 5 p.m. Eastern time. We'll cut to the top 32, who will return to the lanes Saturday, 10 a.m. for another 6-game block. 18-game pinfall totals will determine the top 12. 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. The round of 12 will take place. The final 6 games to determine our top 4 for the stepladder finals, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on bowltv.com. When we had Curtis on a little bit earlier, he mentioned, Liz Johnson having success at this venue as well in 2019, leading the field into the stepladder finals. Maria Jose Rodriguez, another player who made that championship round appearance. We have her joining on 15 and 16, off to a strong start. Early 3-bagger for her, looking to get some things going here. So looking for her first championship round appearance of the season. She's hoping to find some success back in a familiar venue.
Yeah, we talked yesterday too, Aaron, about best players who have never won on the PWBA tour, and Sandra Gongora, who's stepping up here, probably with Verity winning last week, moves pretty close to the top of that list. A couple of runner-up finishes out here in her time on tour, and still looking to get that first win. It's a nice shot there.
Next for her first strike was runner-up at the Lincoln Open to Jordan Richard in 2019. Bowled very well in that championship match. I believe beat Liz Johnson in the semifinal to advance to that. I know that was some redemption from her past TV shows. She had lost to Liz, so kind of saw that progression with Verity in her victory last week at the Greater Nashville Open. Defeating some players who had bested her in championship matches previously, Shannon O'Keefe and Daria Payuk. Sandra's certainly in that conversation. Oh,
yeah, that was a rather large messenger from Daria Payuk. If you happen to be watching on PWBA 1, you got to watch that full on.
Takes out the 7 and the 10 with that one. We had a nice little 10-pin roller from Liz Culkin as well up there. So,
yeah, Maria has a nice look, and obviously with bowling well in this building last time, and then the pattern being so similar, you would expect her to have a good week this week. She's had a really consistent year, but like you mentioned, no TV shows yet. So this might be the week for her to get that first finals appearance.
Yeah, Maria is one of just 4 players who have cashed in every event so far this season, or I should say all 10 events so far this year. Julia Bond, Lindsay Boomershine, and Taylor Boltice, the 3 other players who have 10 cashes so far in 10 events.
Yeah, Shannon O'Keefe also perfect, but she did miss one event. And Shannon hasn't missed a top 12 yet.
It's been really impressive. We talked the past couple of weeks as she has made the last 2 championship round appearances, we've talked a little bit about that, how, it seems like, we're not talking about her as much, even though she's always in the mix, but it's just, we've become so accustomed to her being in the mix that it's just assumed that she's always in the top 12, which is a good place to be, because that means you are putting yourself in those positions to advance. And, Shannon, her, looking at her season as well, just as far as, kind of the, the routine that she has gotten into for tour seasons in the past, that was changed up a little bit with, the collegiate schedule being a little bit different here in 2021 with the postseason events. So, talking to her way back before the start of this swing at the Twin Cities Open, as Dasha gets the hit and runs away from it. She didn't get the type of practice time that, she had grown accustomed to prior to the start of that run. And then she almost makes the show at Twin Cities and has just been phenomenal since that appearance. As you mentioned, JT, in the top 12 each and every week so far, which is, the opportunity to get to bowl 24 games every week is at least is the goal for the competitors out here. Then hopefully some bonus bowling in the stepladder. She finished second at the Albany Open to Kelly Keelik, and then third last week at Greater Nashville. And she is right on the heels now of Julia Bond for that Player of the Year race, looking at the overall points list.
Yeah, and I talked to her yesterday, and she's very happy with where she is right now. But she said, she did mention she has heard some rumblings that hey, what's wrong with Shannon? She's not doing as well as she did in 2019, and and she kind of laughed about it, and she just said, hey, it's just hard to win out here. It's and if she had a couple breaks the last 2 weeks, she'd have 3 titles and be right on pace to win 5 again this year. But it's just so hard to win, and when somebody has a year like she had in 2019, you really just have to appreciate it. But I know she's certainly hearing the rumblings of people saying what's wrong with her, and I know Danielle McEwen is feeling the same way, even though she's in the top. I think she's 6th in points, not having a bad year, but she's fought some injuries this year, and had the very odd exit at the Kickoff Classic that a lot of people were talking about and speculating about. But I think that's kind of what we should have expected with this season. With the players being off for a year, because of COVID, we didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know which players were going to have the opportunity to stay sharp and which players were going to come in with a different mindset. And it's been interesting to kind of see them make their way through it. It's been interesting. Normally we'd be almost at the end of the season, whereas right now we're just past the midway point because we added 6 tournaments to the schedule. And so it's been a lot of fun this year to kind of watch them, navigate their way through it and get back to being sharp. And I think we're at the point now in the season where, the players are, at the top of their game.
And Maria now at the top of her game so far here in game 1, 5 for 5 to kick things off.
Yeah, she just has a fantastic ball reaction right now. Got to take advantage of it. That's a nice ball motion there. Sandra just, that one looked like the pins weighed about an ounce each. No resistance. It's almost I saw a 7-9 a little earlier from Elise Bolton just off to the left, and almost one there from Maria. And there's another one where the 7-pin goes late. You know, Nick Hoagland mentioned it in his synopsis when he sent us the pattern. You know, the carry here is a little bit on the low side, and he said if the weather gets humid, it could even be, you know, more difficult to carry the corner pins. So just something to watch for. But that one, I mean, that was just high flush in the pocket and almost left a 7-9.
It's Culkin off to a nice
Yeah,
start. 5 out of 6.
Say the exact same thing. It certainly seems like, you know, the players that put a little bit on it but can still keep it in front of them have it pretty nice right now. We'll have to see how that plays out over the course of the block because as we mentioned, low volume and the high friction oil, we are going to see some transition. And, you know, the trick is going to be how far can those players get left? Because if you look at the pattern, really there's kind of a runway between 25 and 15. And if you have to get left to 25, you know, how much hold are you going to have, right? And so I think because we're bowling 6-game blocks and we're on fresh every block, they will hold up enough for those players. But it looks to me like right now, those players that have a little bit of rev rate and can get the ball to tip up are the ones that are having, you know, better success with carry.
As we get toward the end of game number 1 here, folks, just a reminder, if you're on BoltTV.com, you're already in the place to be for continued coverage, wire-to-wire coverage of the Louisville Open. For the folks watching on Facebook, at the end of this game, we will shut those events off on Facebook, so you'll have to head over to BoltTV.com, pick up a subscription to continue to check out the action. A few different options to subscribe, though. So if you just want to watch the live event this week, if you got someone you're watching who's competing, or just this is your weekend to watch bowling, you can pick up an event ticket to watch the live coverage for $8.95. If you want to experience the whole site and see what everything that BoltTV.com is about, you can pick up a monthly or annual recurring subscription to get full access. So not only the live events, but archived coverage and on-demand content as well. Monthly for $9.95, annual for $79.95, which is also the best way to support the PWBA Tour. As we talked about, we still have 9 more events after this to check out throughout the course of the season. So be sure to check those out. Head over to BoltTV.com, create that login, and pick up your subscription today. Transaction fees do apply for all 3 of those. And in addition to the access to the site, you also get to interact with the Bolt TV chat. The community is top notch. A lot of great folks out there. Many of them attend to the events as well, and we got folks who are watching the events on site. We do have fans back and are also interacting in the chat, which is pretty cool. So that's dedication right there. So great part of being part of the Bowl TV community, and of course giveaways. We like doing giveaways as well. So typically one every round, and during stepladder finals here during the standard events on the PWBA tour, we've been giving away not one, not two, but 3 bowling balls during each stepladder finals appearance, courtesy of our gold industry partners, Brunswick, Rotogrip, and Storms. So those are, up to win each and every week on the PWBA tour season. So a lot of great reasons to check out bowltv.com. Hopefully you do. If you do, stop in, say hi. Very welcoming community as well. bowltv.com, the place to be to watch the PWBA Louisville Open throughout the entire week.
One interesting note about Dasha, Aaron, I talked to Cecil Scarborough this week, and he said, he noticed something Dasha was doing. She had a really great start to the season and looked like she was just off and running, and then, maybe hit a little bit of a roadblock. She's been bowling okay. But he noticed that when in her push away, she was getting the ball to the right and kind of opening her hand up and then getting stuck. And that's if you watch Dasha and then from there the ball would go behind her head, and then it was very difficult for her to realign it. And if you noticed her game, she's always kind of had that quirk in her push away, and it just kind of goes to show that every player, no matter how great they are, has a little thing that they have to keep their eye on and keep working on in order to keep their game sharp. And Cecil pointed that out to her. She worked on it and made a run last week at the show and bowled much better. And I think is coming into this week with her physical game, a lot sharper than it's been the last couple of weeks. But just kind of goes to show every player, no matter how great they are, they all have that one or two little things that they have to key on and make sure that it doesn't get out of whack. And that's just something to watch for in Dasha's game.
JT, it sounds like I need to talk to Cecil with my figure 8 swing.
He'll straighten you out.
But yeah, in chatting with Dasha, kind of looking at the course of the season, and she had some posts kind of talking about it on her social media pages as well. But she said with the strong start to the season, was something 2019 was the breakout year for her. Obviously, the 2 wins, we've chronicled that quite a bit over the course of these broadcasts. But she made that next leap, and she continued it to start the season. She made 3 out of the first 4 shows, looking at 2 championship round appearances during the Kickoff Classic Series, and then winning the Twin Cities Open. And she said, starting, having a quick start on tour has not been something, that's really happened for her in her first couple of seasons. So usually it takes her a couple of events to, kind of get going, get comfortable, get into a rhythm to where she starts feeling really comfortable. So, she kind of said that, that created a little bit of extra pressure on her to have that strong start to keep it going. Looking back at Albany was the stop where, she had her most struggles so far this season. She finished, I believe, 40th. Missed her first cut of the year. So that was kind of a moment for her to kind of step back, kind of reevaluate things and take a look at, the season as a whole. And, even though that week didn't go well, still putting together another very solid season on tour. And said, she found a little redemption last week at the Greater Nashville Open, and looking forward to the rest of the season. She's very excited. Her parents are going to be coming back into town as well during this break coming up. So I know she works very closely with her mom on her physical game. So she's looking forward to having them join her in Michigan to work on a couple things and get ready for this second half. And she also mentioned she was looking forward to them cooking for her as well. So she has that to look forward to as well.
Yeah, and we talked about the long season, Aaron, and that certainly gives you time to get into a slump, and what's interesting about, there's a massive amount of variety that we see on tour each week. And, these players are so good. They don't want to just, bowl well on the weeks where, the shot kind of favors their game. They want to bowl well every week. And so, but part of that is, sometimes you're asked to throw the ball slow and go left to right. And then you show up the next week and you're asked to throw it hard and keep the ball in front of you. Well, if you've been, working on doing things that allow you to throw it slow and go left to right, that's not conducive to what you have to do the next week. So it's very easy to kind of get behind the curve in terms of what you're bowling on each week and find yourself getting into a little mini slump. And that's what's so great about it, having a tour, because it kind of shows it's the ultimate test for the best players in the world. And that's what's so great about it.
As they work on the ball return there on 15 and 16, we'll go ahead and take a quick look at another pair as they wrap up game number 1. Let's see, Shannon Pluhowski, Lauren Pate, Kara Mangiola, and Stephanie Johnson across lanes 19 through 22 at the moment. Tanya Rahman for a nice 236 out of the gates. We'll head back to 15 through 18 after they wrap up game number 1 here. Nice start for Stephanie Johnson, 240 out of the gates. We did have the opportunity to talk to her for a quick second after she wrapped up the practice session yesterday, and admitted she was a little worn out from the experience of winning the PBA King of the Lanes Empress Edition the night before, and basically stayed up all night to make sure she made her flight, and coming straight to Louisville practicing. But nice start for her out of the gates, 240.
Yeah, she's certainly bowling well, and this pattern is something you'd think she would bowl well on. With her ability to play pretty straight, keep the ball up the lane, but still has a good enough rev rate and enough touch that she can get the ball to go through the pins. You'd expect her to have a really good tournament this week. She almost has a good tournament every week. She's such a great player, so consistent. Dasha Kovalova was able to, once the ball return issue got fixed, strike again in the 9th. And she's tripped a couple of 4-pins, Aaron. And I don't know if you remember, but she tripped a couple of 4-pins when she bowled that 300 game. That was a key hit for her here. And I think one of the reasons why she bowls well here is she's able to go high flush or light mixer. And if you ever go down to the ITRC, and we've actually done there's a bowling explained video with Tom Frenzel who explains this about carry percentage. If you look at the pocket from high flush where the ball enters around the 18th board to light mixer where the ball enters about 15 board or a little lighter than that. If you map out the carry percentage across the range of the pocket, the best carry percentage you're going to get is flush, right? 17 and a half board, 18, just short of 18 board. Light mixer carries about 75% if you come in at a 5 to 6 degree entry angle with a 15-pound bowling ball. Half pocket only carries 30 or 40%. And so really, when it comes down to this level, if you're able to keep the ball flush or light pocket, and then carry some of those half pocket hits, you're going to have a huge advantage on the field. And Dasha just bumped the 10 pin, her first shot in the 10th, and she's going to be in the 250s at least. But she's just able to hit flush more often and carry those, trip fours. And that's why she's had so much success in this building.
Well, we'll head over there once again to catch the end of their 10th frame as we're all wrapped up on 19 through 22. And JT, you may remember from the Queens when we had Dasha join us on a couple of the broadcasts here on BullTV.com. She did create the new tag phrase for Bull TV, tripping fours and taking names.
That's right.
So she's ready to do that once again, and we'll catch her right here for her second shot of the 10th. Did not triple four, though. That would have been perfect timing. But I think she'll take the strike, though. Going to be in the 260s now.
Yeah, that looks nice, and she's going to get a look at a different bowling ball on the fill. But just the way she wanted to start. Yeah. Hassan, Dasha said that I owe her $1 million because she was actually using the delay on our live stream to bet me, and I fell for it. I should know better.
Oh, those delays. 268 for Dasha. Liz Culkin, 225 out of the gates. Just had the one split in the 7th frame. Finished with all 3 in the 10th. Jada Horn, 172. Sandra Gongora can get to 211. Caitlin Johnson, 200 even. Kayla Crawford, 173. Danielle Duffy, 1 at 58. And Shalyn can still get to 203 with a spare and a strike on the fill. That 710 wasn't so nice to Sandra there.
No, and that's just what we talked about, with that half pocket hit, because her ball speed's just a little slower. She can't get the 6-pin to snap off the right wall into the 10. Obviously the 7-pin, that's just a bad break. Something usually is able to, hit that out of there. But, Dasha's a little bit of extra ball speed. It's just a huge advantage. She's going to carry that 10-pin a little more often than everybody else who, with the slower ball speed. And, she's able to keep the ball high flush for a longer time. And then when the ball does creep high on her, she trips fours and takes names.
Dasha TV. All right, our final look here in game number 1 is going to be Maria Jose Rodriguez. She can shoot 268 as well after starting with the front 5. Had the 9-pin in the 6th frame. Nine-pin thought about it for a quick second, but knew better, said, nah, I'm not going to stand. So Maria now into the 250s. Now make it 260s for Maria. can get that ball to tumble very nicely off the end of the pattern and just sets up shop. Let's take a look at something different here. We'll call it 267, folks. This game for Maria Jose Rodriguez out of the gates. 268 for our defending champion, Dasha Kovalova. Saw 240 from Stephanie Johnson as well. So that is going to wrap up game number 1. So as we transition to game number 2, once again, if you're watching on BullTV.com, hang tight. We'll be right back for game 2 and with the rest of this opening round of qualifying from the PWBA Louisville Open. For our good friends watching on Facebook, this is where we say goodbye, but we hope you head on over to BullTV.com, pick up your subscription to watch. Once again, a great Bull TV community to spend a couple minutes with, say hello to. Giveaways and more, all available on BullTV.com. So, folks, we'll be right back here for the PWBA Louisville Open from Executive Strike and Spare right here on BullTV.com. All right, good folks at Bull TV. We are ready for game 2 here at the PWBA Louisville Open. Before we get started here, a lot of great sponsors on the PWBA Tour that we enjoy the opportunity to recognize for their continued support. One of those being Genesis Bowling, home of K-Motion, featuring a copper infusion, the #1 kinesiology tape in bowling. Visit bowlgenesis.com for more information. Genesis, proud sponsor here on the PWBA Tour in 2021. Joining us here on lanes 15 through 18, which is also PWBA 2 on your channel selection. To your left, we have Haley Richard, Dana File, Diana Zavyalova, and Kayla Pashina. And on 17 and 18, Elise Bolton, Ashley Galante, Laura Plazas, Julia Bond, and Kelly Kulik. Over on PWBA 1, for game 2, we have Sydney Brummett, Josie Barnes, Brianna Andrew, and Jessica Ernest, along with Rocio Restrepo, Chelsea Tonsing, Lindsay Boomershine, Taylor Baltice, and Allison Lakota. Over on PWBA 3, Pamela Alvarez, Andrea Bear, Daria Payuk, Gigi Mason, Dasha Kovalova, Sandra Gongora, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Jada Horn, and Jennifer Hokersack. Our first opportunity to take a look at Kelly Kulik, who did not participate last week at the Greater Nashville Open after her win the previous week in Albany. Did compete in the FS1 event for the King of the Lanes Empress Edition, so we did get to see Kelly on the lanes. Now back at it on the PWBA Tour.
You know, it's funny, if you watch Kelly bowl practice sessions, you would never predict that she's going to do well in the tournament. It's just, and I'll tell you why. I mean, she's just trying to see what the lanes are going to give her. She's trying different parts of the lane. She's trying parts of the lane that she knows probably won't work, but she wants to see what options she has. And so you just watch her bowl and you go, man, she didn't look very good this week. I don't think she's going to do well. But if you really watch what she's doing, she's just getting information. And you know what's funny is Jason Belmonte does the same thing, even to the level of, you know, the practice before matches at the Masters. You know, you'd watch him practice, and you know, normally players kind of play the same part of the lane and they're trying to carve up a spot for themselves, and Jason's just jumping all over the place. And you're like, what the heck is he doing? And then the match starts and he zeroes in on something. And that's kind of what Kelly does too. Same thing. And they're just so good at making adjustments on the fly that all they want is the information. And then they'll figure it out. Their physical games are so good. And so, you know, Kelly, of course, starts with 230 the first game. So what she did yesterday was absolutely not a predictor of you know, her performance today at all.
Yeah, one thing in talking to Kelly over the years is that she is always in the search of trying to find out, A, where the friction's at to see her ball make the move, and, you know, obviously then exploring, you know, the best ways to create that. And she's been impressive so far this season. You know, limited appearances. She's only bowled, this is her 6th event, but in her previous 5, she's made 3 television shows, essentially. 3rd place finish, a 2nd place finish, and then the 1st place in Albany. So Kelly has been selective when bowling. She's had some other commitments throughout the course of the year, which have kept her out of the Cleveland event, and then last week at Nashville. Did not bowl the Kickoff Classic Series in January, but has been very fun to watch during the swing of the tour.
Yeah, and you know, we didn't know what Kelly was going to do from a schedule standpoint. You know, we heard a lot of different things from her, you know, after the 2019 season, and then once COVID hit, you know, there was speculation that she wouldn't bowl at all. You know, there was speculation that she was only going to bowl the majors. And it seems like she's kind of settled on a happy medium. She knows that, you know, this is still something she wants to be doing, but she doesn't want to be out here every week. And I had an interesting conversation with her a few weeks ago where, you know, Norm Duke used to have this thing in his schedule where he would basically just take a week off every 3 or 4 weeks, whether he was bowling well or not. And he just needed the time to kind of refresh, and had a lot of player of the year seasons, you know, with that approach. A lot of players would say, well, gosh, if I was hot, I'd just keep bowling. And for him, he needed that time to kind of decompress and get away from it and stay fresh. And, it looks like that's kind of what Kelly's gotten to. She took the week off last week. And then she's back here this week. And like you said, Aaron, basically she's just been lights out every week she's been out here.
We saw Stephanie Johnson not bowl last week in Nashville as well. It was, I believe, her son's birthday. So, took the week off to go celebrate that moment with her family. And, I think it's, with the longer tour season and, kind of switching things up here in 2021. We previously had the Tour Championship at the end, which was, points-based. Unless you were able to get a win, you had to earn your spot into it through points. So, participating in those events, every event that you could became, very crucial if you didn't have a win underneath your belt. But I think with, kind of the change up here in 2021, this was a long stretch. This is basically 2 months straight. These competitors have been out here. So, I think, not worrying so much about that. Obviously, if you're looking at Rookie of the Year, Player of the Year, those things come into play. But taking the opportunities to kind of take a break, refresh, regroup is definitely out there this year.
Yeah, the Tour Championship certainly required you to bowl. We also don't have the elite tour events, which were points based, required you to bowl. We do have the top 48 for the Classic Series events, so that is something. But you have a bunch of players that are right around the number this week that chose not to bowl. So it's just kind of different. I mean, COVID is making a lot of things different. Makes people reevaluate a lot of things in their life. And I think these players maybe are thinking, hey, there's a longer season. Maybe it is time to take a week off here or there. But certainly had good fields the last number of weeks. Over 70 entries basically every week, and 72 here this week. And we haven't had the players from Asia come over yet because of situations going on in their countries with COVID restrictions. So if those players were here, we'd basically be at the same entry levels we've been traditionally, which is between 82 and 88 per week.
As you mentioned, JT, 73 in the field competing at the moment here at the Louisville Open. We do have scores after one, and we have a tie at the top of the leaderboard. A pair of players rolling 268, Dasha Kovalova and Taylor Bailey. One pin behind Maria Jose Rodriguez, 267. Rocio Restrepo, 266 out of the gates. Aaron McCarthy, 258. Kayla Pashina, 257. Brianna Cote, 251. Verity Crawley, 244. Stephanie Johnson, 240. And Danielle Niddle, 239. Your top 10 out of the gates. Currently 38 players averaging 200 or higher through game number one. The way too early cut line. Plus 11, Lauren Brown. So we got the high scores, and, this was kind of maybe, you mentioned it toward the top of the broadcast, definitely some high scores up top, but, just under half the field averaging, 200 out of the gates here. So still some time to get comfortable, work themselves in.
Yeah, we did. We did talk about it. I did say that I thought there would be some players that would really hit them hard. We'll have to see how they break down. That's going to be the key because of the volume being so low and the oil being so high friction and the carry being a little iffy. We'll have to see how, if the players are able to sustain, their scoring runs for the whole 6 games. But certainly after the first game, it looks like scores are gettable.
Going to go ahead and drop that scores link in the chat as well. In case you want to access that, take a look, follow your favorite players. If this is your first time joining us here on Bowl TV, above the chat, there are a few different tabs available to click on. The one in the middle brings you to a page on PWBA.com, which essentially is the page we're gathering our information from. So, most of the information we have throughout the course of the week is also at your fingertips as well. So be sure to use that throughout the course of the week. We got the roster, oil pattern, pairings, standings, and more. So be sure to check that out. And, of course, also on PWBA.com for all the information you need to know on the PWBA Tour. Once again, like in game one, we see a mix of some players putting together really nice starts here in game two, and some other players still trying to find their footing here on our 44-foot condition.
That's no, go ahead, Aaron.
I was just going to mention Kayla, who left the 4-pin there, having a lot of struggles on the left lane so far. 3 splits to show for it, but has been pretty close on the right lane. Pair of strikes, now looking at a single pin conversion.
Yeah, that's the thing about these tour patterns. I mean, certainly there are some weeks where they're just brutal. They're just difficult. Nobody has it easy. But for the most part, on a week-to-week basis, there, if you play the lanes correctly, you're going to be able to score a little bit. And so you're going to see some players that are able to score, and you're going to see some players that aren't. And if we put out a league shot every week, everybody would score. But that very, I mean, it's maybe it happened. We've never put a league shot out, but there have been some weeks where the scores were high, and it was pretty easy to understand where to play and hit them. But on a week-to-week basis, you're going to see players struggle and you're going to see players hit them hard. And if you want to do well on a given week, you're going to have to figure out what the key is to score, because somebody's going to figure it out.
Figuring it out so far here in game 2 is Laura Plaza. She's going to look for 5 in a row, far right of your screen. Kind of a strange high pocket hit.
Yeah. Ugh, that's just kind of what we're going to see a lot of this week. A lot of those lazy 7-10s. There's an 8-10 on lane 13, just off to the left. Allison Lakota.
And I think we just hit carry bingo right there, JT, off of those last 4 shots we've seen.
Yeah.
We got the high flush, super high flush 7. We got the light 7 by Kelly, the pocket 7-10 from Haley, the ring 10 from Diana, an 8-10, and then finally Lindsay Boomershine hits the free square with the slap of the 10.
Yeah, that's the whole back row. Plus 1 strike. The best thing, though, is when you can do the whole back row in 2 shots. You go 8-10, 7-9. Have you ever done that before?
No.
I have.
I can't say that I have done that. I've done those both in my life, potentially in the same set, but never back to back.
I did it at Missy Parkin and Drew Parkin's new bowling center, Mira Mesa Lanes. Throwing a Star Track X15.
It's a very specific memory. You've been holding on to that one for a while, I feel.
I'll never forget it. Yeah. I was playing 5th arrow. Just slow fall back, hitting it as hard as I could. Go light mixer 8-10, and then the next shot flush 7-9. And I was like, really? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do here? I don't sing or dance. All I do is throw this X15. What are you doing? What are you doing to me? You're killing me. Kind of slipping into my Bernie Sanders.
I was going to say, it's happened a couple times today. He's kind of making a comeback here soon. The cutout's looking at me still, so. Get a cutout of Jim Stefanich. We'll be all set.
Yeah, some sharp-eyed fans pointing out, Julia Bond having some trouble this game. Kelly trying to figure it out. Ashley Galante, rough first game, and just 1 strike here in game number 2. Diana Z trying to bounce back after a couple of rough weeks. It was interesting. We had talked about kind of her struggles and kind of struggling with some confidence and trying to get used to the new equipment. And, made the show at the Queens, and we thought, yeah, okay, here she comes. Here she's back. And then went back the other direction. Confidence is a funny thing out here. You gotta have it or you're in trouble.
JT, our good buddy Rep in the chat mentioned that there was a 7-9 on lane 14 after we mentioned that. I think that might have been Allison after the 7-9 and the
Did she really?
or after the 8-10 in the fifth.
Oh yeah, yeah. That
Because-
is awesome. We're gonna have to clip that out for social later. But yeah, you very almost. And I'm being accused of jinxing it, but you know, if I were her, I'd wear it with like a badge of honor. How often do you leave the whole back row in 2 shots?
Not often. But according to, I didn't switch over in time to double check to see if it was her, but according to her scoreboard, that's back-to-back 8-1s, and no one else had an 8-1 in the with the split in the 6th frame. So.
Yeah. Oh man, I mean, I feel bad for her, but that's awesome.
If you're gonna walk away with a story, might as well.
Yeah. That's kind of like you know what we saw with AJ at the U.S. Open with the 2 count. Two 0 with the ball going back between. I bowled the other day, Aaron, and I have to tell this story. I left the 310, and guess what I did on the conversion?
You hit none of them.
Hit none of them and went between them. I was so excited. Nobody was watching, of course. It was just me in the bowling center, but I wish it was on Bowl TV. And I normally don't hook at the 310. I just throw it straight. You know, just like shooting a 10 pin, but I try to pull it a little bit on purpose, which is what I normally do when I shoot just the 10 pin and then miss it. But anyway, I actually said I'm going to hook it at it for some reason because I think it's because I picked up the 3, 6, 7, 10 previously a little earlier, and I said I think I got this shot, and got it a little right, and it went a little long, and went right through it, and I was like, oh, it AJ'd.
Poor AJ.
I mean, you know, you don't like missing a spare like that, but when you do it that way, it kind of makes it all worth it.
I can't argue with that.
Yeah, if you're going to miss it, I mean, do something fun. Miss it with some pizzazz.
How was your spare shooting today? It wasn't good, but I missed with pizzazz.
That's something I've never heard a pro say.
Yes, usually when you ask how someone's spare shooting goes and it's not been good, it's usually a word not appropriate for BowlTV.com that comes out. So
I did hear a pro say this, which was pretty awesome. They got off a pair after shooting 279, and the pro that was coming on the pair after asked how the pair was, and he said, "It's dead walled. Spares are a bitch though. I went 10 pin miss it sheet." I thought that was the funniest thing I've ever heard.
spare shooting low. I mean, when you think about going back in Open Championships lore, Bo Gergen when he won the singles title and shot 862 made was 0% on spares in that set. That's what they always tell you at the Open Championships. You got to make your spares,
Yeah,
Just shoot a pair of 299s, throw a split in there, strike every other shot.
Yeah. At least didn't miss any spares. Makeables.
That's true.
Good stuff. Well, a few little struggles on this 17 and 18 in front of us. We do have a few good scores. Maria Jose Rodriguez continues to bowl well. She's got a possible 279 with just a couple frames left. Shalin Zulkifli, possible 290. She's just off of our featured pairs on 23 and 24. But I'm sure you've noticed this, Aaron, but it seems like no matter where we bowl, what condition we're bowling on, what bowling center, game two always seems to be a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's, you get the warm up time before game number one. You kind of at least hopefully get a little bit comfortable with what you're seeing on the pair, and then obviously you're jumping to something where folks may have played it completely different or used different equipment, different surfaces, and the guessing game to figure that out. But with the lower volume of oil as well, things probably transitioning a little quicker this week. Just 22 mils, I believe.
Yeah.
22.84, so closer to 23.
Little lazy love tap on the 10 pin for DZ. She looks like she's throwing it nice and aggressive. I mean, that's been kind of the telltale sign of whether she bowls well in a given week or not. If she's throwing it aggressive, getting it off her hand nice and clean and crisp and zipping through the follow through, she bowls well. But I'm not sure what's going on in those weeks where she's kind of trying to place the ball. You can just kind of tell she's not quite comfortable. I don't know if it's adjusting to new equipment, or if it's just like I said, sometimes on this tour you start to change your game a little bit to start to see things a certain way, and I think Diana's added some versatility to her game in her time on tour. But I think to a certain extent maybe has sometimes that hurts other parts of your game that used to be stronger in, and it feels like to me she's just not able to. I mean, she's a world-class player. She's a great player. She was great at everything, but when you're great at everything, the moves become second nature. You're able to switch from slow hooking it to throwing it hard and straight, without even thinking about it. You can basically make the change in the middle of a game and then go off the sheet, throwing it 3 miles an hour harder and keeping it in front of you versus, slow hooking it. And she was a player that was able to do that. But it seems like right now, when she does have to make those changes, she's kind of feeling for it a little bit. And it's not quite second nature at this point. So I'm not sure if it's a physical thing. I don't know if it's a adjusting to, different equipment thing, or what. But it just feels like that's what's different about her game. But obviously she made the show at the Queen, so she's still got it. It's just a matter of, on a week-to-week basis, getting to the place where she's making these moves second nature.
A nice 245 here in game two. She's now plus 62 overall. Yeah, that Queen's performance, especially looking back at the 3-for-4 match at the end of the elimination bracket, we saw the versatility that you were talking about, to where she was essentially going straight up the back of the ball, keeping her angles very much in front of her, which more accustomed to seeing her open up the lane. And, I felt she had such a small window to work with, but she bowled so phenomenally well that, she easily cruised into earning a spot for that particular championship round appearance. Ended up finishing 5th overall at the Queens. So it's, I think it's one of those things where it's there. I know she was, one of the players. Everyone was, devastated to lose the 2020 season. I feel that kind of hit her a little bit more, just knowing, the 2019 season didn't go the way she would have liked. So I know there was some eagerness to get back on the lanes and, kind of right the wrongs of the previous year. But off to a nice start here. Hopefully the start of a nice week for Diana.
Kelly been struggling to get the corner pins out on this lane here. Let's see if she can make another little move and catch a double. Yeah, just another week 10. But, even though, she's on a 185 pace this game, the thing that's great about Kelly is she's just so good at making good shot after good shot, hitting the pocket consistently, and then giving herself a chance to make those little subtle moves that allow her to string strikes. My guess is, she's got this right lane nailed. She's hit it the last 3 times. She'll find a way to catch a double and get off this pair with 190 and move on and just keep the round going. She'll be 230 the first game. She'll be probably in the 190s this game. And she will continue to try to figure out the combination to get the ball to go through the pins. And whether that's, hey, I'm not going to hit half pocket anymore. I'm going to find a way to start hitting flush. She will do it.
Yeah, that was one of the things she had mentioned during her victory in Albany during the title match against Shannon. If you remember from that, O'Keefe caught a couple hits, a couple 4-9 trips, trip 4-pin, and it looked like Kelly was, kind of in that situation that we've seen, kind of over the course of the past couple of years in those runner-up finishes she's had where, she's around the pocket, just doesn't get the hits. But, she left a couple of single pins and, went back to the ball rep, said, is it time for a ball change? And they contemplated for a second and, she elected, instead of making a ball change there, to, make a change with her hand to get the ball to come off the spot for a little bit different look. And put together that late string of strikes, which ultimately helped her to the win.
Well, another 10-pin. And definitely going to get a look at something else. She's just always looking for more information.
Nice 218 from Elise Bolton. She'll get to the right side of plus. Plus 11. Ashley not happy with that one from the get-go.
No, she's off to a really rough start. Kelly goes to something with less surface, and you can see the slickness. That one just never picked up. So she's going to have some decisions to make. It's one thing to control the pocket But, if the scoring pace ends up being high and you're controlling the pocket and shooting, your best score is 220, you got to figure something out. And so that's where your 160s come into play.
Kelly finishes with 181. She'll be at plus 15 after 2. Laura Plazas still has 226 out there. She kicks off her 10th frame. And even just watching kind of the player's ball reaction, or the player's reaction to the ball reaction is the past couple of weeks, there's really been a defined spot down lane that, okay, you get the ball point A, you're probably going to be in the pocket, going to strike. And it just seems like it's very, very touchy at the end of the pattern right now to whether or not you're going to find a little hold, if it's going to come back, if it's going to make the move. That one was very nice. But it seems just in the player's reaction to their ball reaction, it's just still trying to understand how the ball is going to come off the end of the pattern.
Yeah, and for the most part, 190 is not a bad score out here ever. On a given week. So you do have to stay patient a little bit more than always thinking you need to shoot 250 every game, because that's when you start taking the risks to shoot 250, that's when you bring 150 into play. And those are what really hurt you. 190s aren't going to hurt you. But at some point, if the scoring pace is high, you do have to figure out a way to shoot your 250s and 260s.
That we will quickly move into game 3, already starting on 15 and 16. Sydney Brummett, Brianna Andrew, and then the sister combination of Josie and Jessica Ernest bowling together. That's pretty cool. Which means for game 3, Rocio Restrepo, Chelsea Tonsing, Lindsay Boomershine, Taylor Boltice, and Allison Lakota will be heading to 17 and 18 over on PWBA 1. Lanes 11 through 14 will have Danielle McEwen, Deandra Aspady, Carrie Smith, and Shannon Sellens, along with Kristen Alcorn, Aaron McCarthy, Melanie McDaniel, Valerie Bercier, and Verity Crawley. Over on PWBA 3, Haley Richard, Dana File, Diana Z, Kayla Pashina, Elise Bolton, Ashley Galante, Laura Plazas, Julia Bond, and Kelly Kulik are the group we just watched. We'll be over on PWBA 3.
I know you mentioned Allison. We mentioned her a couple of times last game with her 8-10, 7-9, leaving the whole back row in two consecutive frames. But there is a little known. We're in bowling. We typically know that a perfect game is 300, right? That's usually how we describe a perfect game. But there's another version of a perfect game, which is lesser known. I think is even more rare, which is a game where you get every count from 1 to 10 throughout the whole game. And Allison came one count short of a perfect game last game. She just needed a 4 somewhere in that game to throw the other kind of perfect game. So, she's got a great story.
I liked, and the folks at home can't see it, but I liked how you used the air quotes around that.
Well, when we we get a lot of criticism when we say the term perfect 300 game, right?
It's redundant.
Correct. Right. But this one, a perfect game, it's a perfect game. If you get 1 through 10. So, yeah, Allison almost had it.
Well, usually when you're in contention for that perfect game, it's usually not good for the scorecard. So hopefully it's a nice bounce back here for Allison in game 3. We'll see her up on lane 18 to kick things off.
I wonder what the highest perfect game anybody's ever had is. If anybody is familiar with that term, perfect game, and you've done it before, and you've bowled one, tell me what your highest perfect game is. Be curious to know. Allison was in the low 160s last game, which actually, to me, doesn't seem like that bad of a game if you're going to bowl pretty close to a perfect game, right? And Score Dash has arrived, Aaron. I don't know if you've got the update yet, but if not, I can do the honors of reading off the scores.
It doesn't look like we have it yet, so go ahead, JT.
Why don't we go live on my shot? Never mind. I had a special guest behind me. I wanted to show, but anyway, I will go ahead and read the scores. Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 101 is leading after 2 games. Verity Crawley coming off the big win last week in second at plus 76. Maria Bolanova had another good week last week as well, plus 71 in third. Clara Guerrero in fourth at plus 69. Liz Johnson, who we thought would have a good week. Curtis von Kruger mentioned that at the top of the show. She's in fifth place at plus 67. Brianna Cote at plus 66. Dasha Kovalova, after the big first game, cooled off a little bit in game number 2, but she's in seventh at plus 65. Erin McCarthy at plus 63. Diana Z at plus 62. Shalyn Zakifli is in 10th at plus 57. And our cut number, 32nd place after 2 games. Taylor Bailey, who started off quickly with 268, shot 150 in game number 2. She's at plus 18. She is the number after 2 games, plus 18.
Thank you for the recap there, JT. I'd like to give a quick shout out to another great PWBA product registered partner here in 2021, Coolwick. Another great jersey provider offering many great designs for you to pick up to help make you look sharp out on the lane. So be sure to check them out at coolwick.com. Coolwick, a proud apparel partner on the PWBA Tour in 2021. JT, I did do some scribbles there on the old notepad after you had talked about the highest game in this situation, and
did some research.
And do you need a spare? Is that a criteria for this?
I don't think so. I think it's just 1 through 9 and then an X, I believe. We'd have to consult Team USA head coach Brian O'Keefe, who's one of the originators of the term.
For the official rules and regulations. But
if Brian's listening, if he could chime in on the chat. But let's just go without it for now and see what you come up with.
I mean, if you want to hit every number, including 0, if you go essentially max out the first 5 frames, 90, 81, 72, 63, 54, that gets you the first 10 numbers, including 0. And then if you strike out with the last 7, that gets you to 195.
Okay. That's
based off of
probably
that.
yeah. That's probably going to be pretty close to the number, I would think. Because really, it's kind of like the ripping off the Band-Aid, right? Like, why spare any of those 4 counts or 6 counts or 5 counts when you can just get it out of the way and then go off the sheet? I think you might be anybody who happens to like bowling math, who's out there in the chat. If you can come up with one that's better than 195, let us know. Obviously, if the spare has to be included, that actually might get you faster. Could it? Because then you might have a spare in the 5th and then off the sheet.
Well, it depends if you count once again, if you count the 0 or not, because you need to get the
zero out
in
of
there.
the way. Yeah. Good point. Okay. Well,
these are the things that keep us up at night.
Well, got a few strikes in front of us on 15 and 16. I don't know if 17 and 18 is turning out to be the more difficult pair of the two. As Aaron mentioned earlier in the broadcast, 15 and 16 is our championship pair this week. So, and we did see the last time we had a finals on this pair, a perfect game. Not the kind that we are trying to figure out the math on, but a 300 game.
Five for 5, Jessica Ernest.
Nice start.
Started this game at minus 39. Just getting things going here in game 3. Cool cross this week, as I mentioned when we started this game, crossing with her sister, Josie.
That is cool. Not something you see very often. And, the draws are randomized, so it wasn't intentional.
So it's 100% bragging rights. You can't play. I hit all the wrong pairs this week.
Yeah, no, it's. I'm going to take you down,
top
sis.
sister.
Yeah. Josie does have a pretty hefty lead going into game 3. Well, maybe not. Maybe not, because a little bit of a lead. Josie at plus 20 after 2 games, and Jessica minus 40.
See Rocio connect for the strike in the 4th there. She's taken off the past couple of weeks on tour, I believe, potentially to rest up. Chronicled a hip injury she was dealing with during the USBC Queens. It's nice to see Ro back, competing on the lanes, doing her thing.
A couple questions about our two-handed bowler that we have in the field this week, and she will actually be on our featured pairs games 4, 5, and 6. Danielle Henderson from St. Louis. So not too often that we see a two-hander out here on the PWBA tour.
Now that's very true. Even in the collegiate ranks, it's there's a handful of players on the women's side who are two-handed. We see out there week in and week out, but most of those players still in the collegiate ranks. So I haven't seen them make the next leap to the PWBA tour. So will be interesting to watch.
Well, let's see if Jessica can get the front 6. And she can. 6-pack alert. Need 6 more for a perfect game. Not the bad kind.
Not the other one.
Rocio actually bowling with a broken bone, which is pretty amazing. Think about it. And a lot of people out there, obviously worried, concerned about her long term. Doctor basically said, there really isn't a risk of injuring it further, but she's waiting for the break in the schedule to be able to take care of getting better. But she led the Queens with a broken bone, which is pretty amazing. Well, it's not going to be a perfect game, Aaron Smith.
It is not. Josie was the one who got the light hit to carry there. Jessica Kanak at the 7-pin out. Off to a great start here in game 3. 279 still out there. Brianna Andrew to a nice start as well. She still has 268 out there.
Yeah, you do have to wonder, after what we've seen the first 3 games, is 15 and 16 playing a little easier than 17 and 18? It's funny because I think as human beings, we're just so data driven, right? And you see something like that, you see a trend like that, and you start to, it's like the hot hand fallacy where, something happens a few times and you think that things are going to continue that way forever, and then they don't. So it's just something we'll have to watch for. Is 15 and 16 going to be a high scoring pair, the whole week? Or, will things change as the lanes transition? Certainly seems like the players here in game 3 are not having too much trouble figuring it out.
Shot there from Sydney for her first double. Not much fun on 17 and 18 at the moment, JT. Just 4 strikes total for our 5 competitors, and Rocio has 3 of them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the same thing last game. A lot of players, even when they were able to hit the pocket, they couldn't carry. And that's what we're seeing with Lindsay. Josie shreds the rack there for a double. Yeah, I mean, to me, she does look a little off. She just looks a little tentative. Look at that one shim up for Jessica. I'll tell you, I've bowled hurt before, Aaron. It's hard, and I think with Rocio's injury, she says, for the most part, it's not excruciating pain all the time. It just pops up every now and then, but sometimes that's worse, because at least if you've got excruciating pain, when it's coming. Whereas with her injury, it just happens from time to time, and you just don't know when to expect it. And I think we're kind of seeing that. She's just a little tentative because it doesn't hurt, until she gets to the finish, and the finish is where you're really putting in all the exertion and the energy into the shot. But it's hard to give it all that when you don't know at the end if you're going to get a little shot of pain.
Yeah, one thing that's just, potentially keeping your mind off, the execution, the things you're focusing on at the end, just hoping not to hurt is definitely going to affect your shot making ability.
Oof. Just avoids the dreaded Aaron Smith.
That she did. Just a 5-pin up there. The hands in Louisville go up.
Oh, almost takes down the Greek church. If you've never seen the Wired magazine piece on converting the Greek church, it's a really interesting watch over on YouTube. They actually came out to the ITRC to do some filming with Earl and Wes Malott and Tom Frenzel, our resident expert in research, appeared in that video as well, and just a really interesting perspective. The hypothesis behind the video was that they did some research and found that the PBA said that the Greek church was the least picked up spare out of everything left regularly, and they assumed it would be the 710 or the 4.6, and they just thought that was an odd leave to be the hardest to pick up, and so they did some research. I don't know, should I spoil the video and kind of tell what their findings were, or should I make people go watch it?
Ooh, no, I think you should tell them.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's been out for like a year or 2 years.
It's got a couple million views on it. So
yeah, right. So what's interesting was that the reason why the Greek church is not picked up more often is because players don't try to pick it up. They actually go for the count, which makes it less likely to be picked up. And so if they went for the 2 on the left, which is the way to pick it up more frequently, it would be picked up more frequently. But because the players are going for the count, and the likelihood of it being picked up is still lower than 10%, they're not going to give away the extra pin, especially if they're on a double, which costs you twice that. So it's just interesting. It's the strategy that goes into bowling, especially at the professional level, because it's much harder to pick up if you go for the 3. I've picked it up both ways, personally. And I would say I've picked it up more often going for the 3 than the 2. But I've never done this. And this is still one of the more impressive things I've seen in bowling to this day. Oscar Palermo left it and threw all 3 pins, the 6, 9, 10, halfway back out onto the lane. Didn't pick it up, but threw 3 deadwoods with 1 shot.
Can't say I've ever seen that before.
No, it was something to see.
JT, we do have a report in the chat, off-camera view of a couple of 8 in a rows, courtesy of, I believe, Dasha and Stephanie Zavala.
Yeah, we've got Curtis von Kruger down on top of it. And I can report Dasha did get the 9th one. So yeah, 2 300s in 4 games, maybe.
That'd be all right. I would like those odds.
Yeah, you mentioned that she finished this tournament in 2019 with a 300 game, and she started with the strike on the same pair, so she had 13 in a row over 2 years. And now maybe a 300 just 3 games into the tournament.
All right, we're starting to get some strikes here on 17 and 18 as we get toward the back half of the game. Wrapping up with the 4-player pairing on 15 and 16. Brianna Andrew, nice 235 there to get to plus 30. Sydney Brummett gives a few pins back at 178. She drops to plus 12. Josie can still get to 201. Which would put her at plus 21. Jessica Ernest, 259 still available.
Ooh. Man. Just gave it the look that my wife gives me when I leave a dish in the sink.
Huh. Taylor Baltice trying to get things going after a tough 4-frame stretch there. 2 splits and 4 opens. Let's bounce back with 3 in a row.
Jessica maybe going to the well a little bit one time too many with the shim. Breaks up the split, just leaves the 610. So she'll be in the 240s with the conversion. Dasha did get the 10th one, so just 2 more to go for her. And we will have video of that out on social.
Did hear the applause on site at Executive through the headphones, JT.
She likes this building, apparently. Streak comes to an end. Yeah. But she'll be in the 280s.
.280s means she'll be in the plus 140 to plus 150 range.
Nice start.
Jessica finishes with 247. So she'll get to plus. All done on 15 and 16. Some strikes beginning to add up for Taylor Baltice and Rocio. Rocio now looking for 6 in a row. Gonna come in light, 278. All right, folks, we're going to bring in Curtis Von Kruger for an update on site. Curtis, what you got for us?
I have the defending champion stringing strikes together at ease. Dasha Kovalova really looking strong out there. Front 10 for 280. Just kind of playing a fallback shot, staying really firm through it, getting some good tilt, really finishing strong through the pocket. OB is definitely out there. Outside of 10, you have no shot, but you can't miss in either because it's gonna hook early on you. But she's kind of just playing a little. She's playing in, really effective line to the pocket. Another player that I see really has an effective shot, and she can get it out more so than anybody else, is Stephanie Zavala, of course, with, as you always coin it, the voodoo roll. I still don't understand how she has that, how much inside the ball she gets at the release point. but she's boomeranging it out to probably 8 or 9, maybe even a little further. She's got some room, and something nobody else in the house really has. So they always say either do everything really well or do something that nobody else can do. And Stephanie Zavala is that player out on tour right now, just with her mix of cool, collected demeanor and, of course, her ball roll. So look for her to really continue to score well. And Dasha Kovalova, I mean, you can't stack the chips against her. It looks like she's going to continue her dominance inside this building today.
We did know that Stephanie had the front 8. What did she end up shooting that game?
She ended up shooting 279, I believe. She had the front 9 and then 10 pin in the 10th frame. Oh, no, actually, she ended up going high, 7 count, so 270, 76, 277 for the final count. Really effective. Really like she's throwing the same ball she threw a lot last week. A lot of polish on it. ASIM, very effective. Coming off the spot really aggressively, but it slows down so it doesn't overreact on this oil.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Curtis. We appreciate it as always. Good, sir. Tenth frame getting underway on 17 and 18, already done with game 3 on 15 and 16. A few competitors getting ready to head on over to 15 and 16. Looks like Danielle Niddle, Lauren Brown, Brianna Clemmer, and Missy Parkin will be there for game number 4. With Angelimar Beasley, Hope Gramley, Liz Johnson, Brianna Cote, and Alexis Nyer coming up next on 17 and 18.
That's exciting. I talked to Hope Gramley yesterday and had a nice conversation with her about her volleyball career. And I asked her, hey, you're the collegiate bowler of the year. Are you just as good at volleyball as you are at bowling? And she's kind of like, pretty good at volleyball. She was trying to be as humble as possible. And I'm like, well, but you're the best bowler in college. Are you the best volleyball player? She goes, no. She's I don't want to give away too much of what she said, which I think it's good for a story we can tell later. But she certainly doesn't lack confidence in her skills as a volleyball player. But she did say that she doesn't see a future in volleyball for her. She said basically, end of the line is going to be college for me with respect to volleyball, and I'm going to focus on bowling. I want to go out on tour and bowl out here. But she's a pretty darn good volleyball player. And my favorite part of the conversation was I actually went to high school with a guy who he's one of the all-time great volleyball players, and I dropped his name in the conversation. And he actually dated my wife's sister, who I was friends with, in high school. And I dropped his name, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, yeah, I of course know who that is. It's a guy named Kevin Hambley, and he's played for Team USA. He's actually a college coach now, but he also coached Team USA. So he's basically Brian O'Keefe in volleyball."
How about that?
She was impressed that I knew Kevin Hambley, which made me very happy.
I'm impressed as well, just because someone who's not a bowler. So I don't. I only know bowlers, JT.
Yeah, well, I knew him in high school, so pretty much everybody I've met after high school is bowlers.
Hope will be paired up with Liz Johnson. Of course, I'm sure many of you folks remember the matchup at the Queens, where Liz Johnson was facing Hope Cramley and rolled 300 on her in the final game to take that victory after we had talked repeatedly about how we didn't know what happened to Liz Johnson's ball reaction, and then all of a sudden she bared down and put together the last 12.
Well, you know, we did post a video of that, obviously, and got a lot of views. And we mentioned something about her back being against the wall. And, you know, some folks kind of looked at it and go, well, she was only down a little bit. Her back really wasn't against the wall. But if you looked at her ball reaction, it looked like her back was against the wall. Mm-hmm. Hope had it look like it was coming to her, and Liz looked like she was kind of losing it a little bit. And she just did one of those things that Liz does and just said, I'm just going to bear down and make great shots, and shot 300. And, you know, I think it's good for someone like Hope to see something like that, because they realize there's a different level that you really need to learn if you're going to be one of the great players. You know, it's sometimes not about just ball reaction. Sometimes it's about finding a way, maybe not to shoot 300. That's a little over the top, but just, you know, when you absolutely need a big game, just to bear down and focus in and find a way to do it.
Now, folks, as we get ready for game number 4, and we have a moment since they haven't started yet. Let's take a look back at 2019. Depending on how high up your headphones are, you might want to lower it for just a quick second. We're going to look at the 10th frame of Dasha Kovalova's 300 at the Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open. Dave Ryan and Kelly Kulik on the call.
For Dasha Kovalova. She's got the win in hand. How about a 300?
How about her second title this season? $10,000 bonus if she shoots it.
Looking for number 11 in a row. Dasha Kovalova has got 11 straight and one more for a perfect game. Incredible bowling. Oksana, my mom, can barely watch. For a 300 game, Kovalova does it! It's a 300 for Dasha Kovalova! And she wins the Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open at the same time! Incredible bowling history today from Louisville, Kentucky!
There we go, folks. A nice trip down memory lane as Dasha made another run at 300 here at Executive Strike and Spare. 288 in game number 3 for her. Still get goosebumps watching that, JT.
I know, me too. It was awesome. And, you know, it's great to kind of look back and see the fans. We do have, you know, a pretty full house here this week, which is great. You know, great to see the fans back. It's my first week back out since we've been able to have fans, and it's just really cool, you know, to have them all back. And you know, they're here supporting the tour and eating it up. They're all watching Dasha. She's got a pretty big gallery behind her. She's dragging around the bowling center.
That happens when you trip fours and take names.
That's right. That's right. That first one in the 10th. So she's off to a great start again here this year. As soon as we get our score dash update, we'll let you know. But Mike, I believe she will be leading the tournament after 3 games. Midway point of block number 1 here at the PWBA Louisville Open. Got Bowl Expo in town right after we're done here with the PWBA. So big week in the bowling world.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of posts in the past couple of days. I know with Bowl Expo, there's usually a big array of new equipment coming out. So I know there's been a lot of new equipment release drops from all the companies out there for new equipment that's going to be available to the marketplace very soon.
Yeah, and if folks that aren't able to attend Bowl Expo are interested, we are broadcasting Bowl Expo over here on Bowl TV. You do have to have a special entitlement to be able to watch that, but our good friend Mike Flanagan will be hosting the coverage, so I'm sure that will be a lot of fun and unique. Normally you've got to go to Bowl Expo in order to kind of be there, but you're able to see the general sessions and all of the seminars and all the great content that they put on for the folks in the bowling industry right here on Bowl TV. And with that, I do have the Score Dash update after 3 games. Dasha Kovalova is our leader after 3 at plus 153. Clara Guerrero in second at plus 116. Brianna Cote in third at plus 81. Verity Crawley in fourth at plus 80. Rounding out the top 12, Maria Jose Rodriguez at plus 61. And our 32nd place cut score after 3 games, Elise Bolton at plus 13.
So we are watching Brianna Cote. She's going to be up far right, lane 18, momentarily for her second frame. Cote unable to make it a double there, but the good news for her, JT, is she's always looking good with her apparel EFX jerseys. Of course, Brianna, part of the EFX family. Her and her husband, Randy, help run EFX, and they're a proud sponsor on the PWBA Tour as well. So be sure to visit www.apparelefx.com for your custom uniforms for all sports. EFX, a proud apparel partner on the PWBA Tour.
Everybody knows that I'm the president of the Brianna Clemmer fan club, and so we get to watch her here this game, and she's had a very impressive last couple of weeks. One of the things that makes me the president of her fan club is I'm such a big fan of her versatility, and she can throw the ball hard and straight. She can slow hook it, and she's just proved her talent the last couple of weeks by making the show on 2 pretty about as different patterns as you can have out here on the PWBA Tour.
Clemmer has been a player on the radar since probably nearly close to 10 years now, which is pretty crazy because I believe she's only 22 years old. But from success at Junior Gold to Junior Team USA, the U.S. Amateur Championship, Team USA trials, all things trending in the right direction for her to have the success on the PWBA tour. And of course, we forgot to mention her collegiate record, which was borderline outstanding. And by borderline, I mean she put together one of the greatest collegiate careers of all time.
Yeah.
Was a 4-time D2, D3 Player of the Year for the NTCA. 2-time team champion for McKendree as they won both the 2017 NCAA and ITC titles in the same year, and also won the ISC in 2019.
Pretty much did it all. And, she had some incredible team trials performances, which is, probably out of all of that stuff, all of those accomplishments was the best indicator to me that she was going to have success on tour, because, she did get to compete against the players on the PWBA tour. And she just had some dominant days in that event. And you just knew, there would be some weeks when they wouldn't be able to touch her out here. But the thing that's really impressed me most is just she's got a chance every week. She's just got an answer for everything, that Nick Hoagland is able to throw at the players. And so talented, whether it's just going up the lane and throwing it hard and straight, or, opening up the lane and slow hooking it. She can do all of it. And those folks that were interested in seeing Danielle Henderson, who's a two-handed bowler in the field this week, she is on our featured pairs the next 3 games. She's over on PWBA 1 here in game number 4. So if you want to see a two-hander on the PWBA tour, check out PWBA 1.
She'll be making her way to 17 and 18 next, so then on PWBA 2, and that'll wrap things up on PWBA 3. So
Missy Parkin, we saw her have a nice performance in the King of the Lanes Empress edition. She held the Empress title for a few shows and brought a lot of energy, which was cool to see. She's had a really good season out here on tour this year. She stated her goal was to win Player of the Year, and she's right there in the hunt. Midway point in the season, currently 3rd in points, behind Julia Bond and Shannon O'Keefe. Finished 2nd at the Queens. Still hasn't notched a title yet, but she's made 3 championship round appearances, so that is tied for the lead on tour with a few other players. Shannon O'Keefe, Dasha Kovalova, Verity Crawley, Erin McCarthy, and Kelly Kulik have all made 3 shows this season. Miss Johnson not able to break up the split. Well, it looks like we had talked about 15 and 16 being the easier of the two pairs here in front of us. And it looks like that's flipped. 17 and 18 has all the strikes on it this game, and 15 and 16 is the pair with the struggles. Clemmer jumps high there. Leaves a 3-6, but flat 10 on that lane the last time. And, she's trying to figure out how to get the ball to go through the pins. Sometimes you flat 10 and you try to jam it in there and the ball goes high, and you really don't want to give it away too much on this pattern with the length and the out of bounds. Alexis Nair with the front 5. Saw her bowl 300 at the Queens at the bowling stadium. That was got a huge number of views on social media after her brother made the 710 in that building just a few weeks before. And Alexis, not to be outdone, says, hey, I can do cool things in the stadium too. She shoots 300 at the Queens, had a nice tournament there. And one of the top rookies on tour here this year. She's currently in 7th place in the Rookie of the Year point standings. So in game number 4 here, it certainly seems like we're getting a good feel for the scoring pace. We talked about it earlier today. Stephanie Johnson mentioned yesterday that she thought it would be kind of low to medium. Certainly starting to play out that medium is probably where we are with potential for high. Dasha Kovalova averaging 251 for her first 3 games. But, considering the fact that we're in a building that she won in, bowled 300 on television, and the pattern we're bowling on is basically the same thing we bowled on in 2019, stands to reason that she would bowl well. But only 2 players more than 100 over after 3 games. And folks in the chat talking about, it seems like pair to pair might be the issue. And, I think that's part of it. Certainly no bowling center these days plays completely consistently after, going pair to pair, especially the way the players, tend to play the lanes and throw these bowling balls that, have such an impact on how the lanes play. But I think a lot of it has to do in this building with carry as well. So sensitive. Pocket not too hard to hit with the pattern that we're bowling on, but it certainly isn't easy to string strikes. Certainly not like we saw in Cleveland where the carry was so good. Nice double there for Missy. Hope trying to figure out how to how to get the 10 pin out. Just controlling the pocket, but sometimes it can be frustrating to keep hitting the pocket, but have nothing to show for it.
Are you saying patience will be key this week, JT?
Isn't it always? I mean, Hope minus 61 for 3. So, certainly she's feeling the pressure to turn things around and shoot a big game. But, you can't get it all back in one game. You have there even if you are behind the 8 ball a little bit, there is an element of patience, and you have to remind yourself, I've still got 9 games left here. And, the scoring pace isn't exactly ridiculous. It's basically 10 over for 3 games, 13 over. So even though, Hope is 60 under, you just make up 10, 12 pins a game if you can get to the cut. And Dosh has shown that, a big 3-game set's out there. If you get lined up and trip a few 4s and take a few names, you can shoot 750, get yourself back in it in a hurry. Alexis Neyer's streak comes to an end, and no trouble on the 4-8. So she's got a nice game. But we talked, Aaron, while you stepped away for a second. It seems like the scores have flipped. Now 17 and 18 is the pair that's yielding the scores, and 15 and 16 seems to be a little bit trickier.
Oh, those Kegel terrain and current oils.
I know.
Playing tricks on us here and our competitors.
And, we always try to figure out why is that happening? Why is it, it could be a lot of reasons. It could be, the types of players that move to the pairs, maybe the pair has less rev rate. Maybe, you got a group of straighter players. Maybe there's a mix. It could be a lot of things. It could be transition. It could be how, the players were playing the lanes prior to this game, and this pair is calling for something completely different. It just it's hard to. We all want to categorize, and sometimes you just got to bowl great.
Well, JT, here's my 2 cents worth theory on this, and potentially why we'll see some bigger scores on 15 and 16 to finish up. The past 3 games, they've only had 4 on 15 and 16, while we've had 5 competitors on 17 and 18. So perhaps it's finally opened up a little bit more on 17 and 18 with a few extra bowling balls going down the lane. And this is now the time to take advantage after it. They look pretty rough there, kind of game 2 and game 3.
Yeah, the Aaron Smith theory of 17 and 18.
Potentially as accurate as putting a nickel into a fortune machine.
Well, Alexis, bad break there with the 4-9. Kind of a tough thing to leave with, the angles that you're being asked to play. But in jeopardy of her first open frame here in game number 4.
We talked about it a lot last week, but very impressed in the showing that Alexis has put together here throughout the 2021 season, her rookie year, after a fantastic collegiate career at Delaware State. Arguably should have been on the show instead of Verity last week. The final 6 games, the round of 12, was one of the craziest we had ever seen on tour. I feel over the past couple of years with this particular format, with how close everybody was, how much jockeying of spots there were throughout the course of competition, and Alexis was in the cut to start that final game and had some struggles, made some great shots down the stretch, and arguably one of the worst breaks to potentially miss out on your first show. Needing a strike on her first shot of the 10th for a chance, left a stuff 8-pin to miss the cut and ultimately end up 11 pins short of the show. So Verity Crawley ended up being the benefactor of that, and then obviously we know what happened after that. She averaged 240, turning her 3 wins on the stepladder to claim her first title. But it was that close to potentially not happening.
Yeah, it's amazing to me after 24 games or however many games in a given week. It just how does it come down to one shot so often? And then Verity, who's had just so many bad breaks go against her, to keep her from winning that first title, finally gets a couple of breaks to go her way, and then and it looked easy once that stepladder final started, which it just hasn't been for her, in 4 years. Seen a lot of dejected faces with Carrie. It's after a while when you're trying to figure this out and it's not going your way, you do start to get frustrated, and this pattern I think has a potential to frustrate you more than some others, because it's basically giving you the pocket and daring you to strike, and then when you can't do it, it's frustrating, and that's when players lose their patience, especially if they think it's almost teasing them that there are huge scores out there. Even though if you look at the standings, good old Mike Flanagan's 660 is a really good score after 3 games. 660 basically puts you in the top 12. But if you're able to hit the pocket every shot, you want to shoot more than 660, right?
You feel it's out there for sure.
Yeah. So this is fun. I mean, it's fun to watch. Mostly because I'm not out there having to deal with the frustration, but
having to figure out how to carry.
Yes, exactly.
No worries in the 9th for Brianna Clemmer, but 192 her max score. Alexis back in business in the 8th frame. Brianna Cote can still shoot 259 this game. Scored very well here. Mentioned it in the top 3 heading into this game. 251, 215, and 215 to get to plus 81. have a good question in the chat concerning Nick's notes that we discussed a little bit during the practice session on this week's 44-foot condition. So we can run over those one more time. As we mentioned once or twice, that this week's pattern is exactly the same as the 2019 pattern that we used here at Executive Strike and Spare, except the length is different. It's 1 foot longer. We had 43 foot in 2019. This is 44 foot this week. A 40-foot drop brush, 22.84 mils of oil, so a little bit lower volume. We're using a Kegel Terrain, which is one of their hooking oils on the forward pass. It's all flat oil on the forward run. And then Current, one of Kegel's slicker oils on the return in the center portion of the lane. We do have a long strip in the middle. When you take a look at the graph, there are 8 2-2s, which are quite a few, but there's a puddle in the center of the lane. Nick thought that the scoring pace would be similar to 2019. A little bit higher on the ratio. So JT talked about, players being able to get to the pocket 2.88 to 1. So, a little bit friendly on the number side when you look at it. But, we talked a lot about the carry here. And, from Nick's notes, essentially, he said, it is tough to carry here. It's going to see a lot of 10 pins throughout the course of it. We've seen those. We've seen a lot of light mixed 7s. We've seen 7-10s mixed in there. And then he also said to keep an eye out for the humidity in the center. So I'm not sure what the weather is like there.
It's quite nice, actually.
Quite nice. All right.
Yeah, not too hot, not too humid. 82 degrees currently. No rain in the forecast until later in the week, so I think we should be good. We don't need any humidity messing with our carry any more than we already have.
Than our carry messing with our carry?
Yes, exactly.
So Missy looking to put the finishing touches on a strong game 4 here. Can still get to 245. She steps up for her 10th frame. Clemmer Max a 192. Lauren Brown 174. Danielle Niddle 164. Already in the books.
Missy's just got so many ways of playing that straight line to the pocket. She can throw it hard. She can spin it. She can, ball down and hit it a little harder. She's got so many tricks.
And earlier we talked about players, who made the show in 2019. Missy was one of those as well. Pulled in the 4-5 match against Maria Jose Rodriguez. Bowled well. I believe she shot 220, 230, but was not enough to collect the win. As in Chelamar. Make sure that 7-pin falls there. She can get into the 240s as well.
Nice ball change there from Brianna Clemmer. Went to something a little bit cleaner. Missy pops the 10 out. Be in the 240s. Oh, leaves Brianna hanging a 5. I'm sure she didn't see it. Sure wasn't on purpose.
It's your Team USA teammate, Missy.
Oh, baby. Trips the 4-9. That's the carry you need here.
I'll help save 190 here. And that's a big 190, obviously still pretty early in this day of qualifying that we have with 12 games, but Clemmer, a player who's just outside the number right now. So once again, kind of maintaining that 192.0 pace until, you get a pair you can take advantage of, or, make your way into the right part of the lane, right bowling ball, whatever it may be. But that's going to be a big finish to kind of kind of keep pace and stay right around the number.
Yeah, good bailout. Good, got some information. She's going to throw another ball here on the fill ball to get even more information. But yeah, those are big.
And Chelamar 247 to get to plus 45. $190. She's at plus 2 now. Brianna Clemmer. Danielle Niddle plus 4. Lauren Brown plus 10. Tough finish there for Brianna Cote. Back-to-back opens for 204. She's at plus 85. Market 245 for Missy. Full ball left to go for Alexis Nyer. She can get to 224. We'll get her to minus 30. Minus 35. Hope's going to be in the 190s, and then Liz Johnson in a similar situation to Clemmer, looking to throw a couple strikes to get into the 190s. As we get ready for these final few shots, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Chameleon Sportswear for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. Chameleon Sportswear is an apparel sponsor of the PWBA and your source for custom and creative designed jerseys for individuals and teams. Be sure to visit their website at www.camsportswear.com for more information. Your style is our style. Chameleon Sportswear. So we wrap up game number 4 here. Going to bring a special guest into the Bull TV booth. Everybody say hello to the one, the only, the Mick Honorscore himself, Matt McNeil. Matty, how you doing, buddy?
Good, man. And you know what? I haven't had any honor counts lately because I haven't thrown a ball in like 2 months, 3 months, easy. So, hey, it's no big deal. I got a Bowl Nationals next week. No problem. I'm sharp.
All right, I'll just tell Kanzar to start working on the story right now. Then, if you haven't bowled, so.
Yeah, it'd be a real Cinderella story. It's going to be really good for. I didn't do any of the right things. Didn't prepare. Not in shape. All that good stuff. Anyways, all right, let's go on with this thing. What are we doing here?
But you have watched a lot of bowling.
I have watched a lot of bowling. Yes, I've done that. I've been doing that very well. So.
Well, since you've been doing that, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing out there, Matt. It's been an interesting scoring pace so far, to say the least. So, kind of, what have been the defining moments so far of this opening round for you through 4 games?
Yeah, I think there's a couple ways to get there. It's like if you're trying to play shape, you're not scoring very well. You need to kind of play like old school hook freeze. You can't be asking your ball to cover a whole lot of boards down lane. 12, 13 down lane, 14 down lane for the right-handers looks really good. It's just how you get there. I think if you're straighter and a little firmer, you can be like, anywhere from 13 to 16, just kind of going up and at them. If you got some hand and your balls are a little more responsive, I think you got to be anywhere left of 21 to 24 and just kind of fading it back, kind of like an old school fallback on the wood, just not, kind of going at the 3-pin and not trying to create a whole lot of down lane shape. So, and then it's just getting a ball that'll go through the pins the right way. These pins are hard to knock over, boy. It's you can definitely tell they're a little waterlogged, I think, just because it's so humid down here a lot. And they're just a little harder to knock over. So, you got all those things in play. And but what we are seeing, you're seeing a lot of different styles work well. You're seeing some of the straighter players throw a little firmer, they're bowling well. You're seeing some of the people with a little higher rev rate that can kind of wedge it back or fall it back. They're doing well too. So, you got a good, healthy mix there.
Now, Matt, you talked about the pin carry here, and we've noticed that throughout. And waterlogged pins, that's a new term I've never heard before. So you continue to impress me with your bowling pin knowledge. But what's the message to the players who are kind of in that mix to where they're getting to the pocket and they cannot find a way to make all 10 work? What's kind of the message for them right now?
Be very patient. Patient.
All right, folks, looks like we may have a brief technical difficulty with our interview area. Seems like it is frozen up here. So we'll see if we can get that back, and Matt McNeil back on site as well. We'll take a quick moment to reset too. All right, folks, we apologize about that brief technical difficulty there. But it looks like we're back. We have Unfrozen, and we even have Matt McNeil back. So there he is, folks.
You know, you're probably you got your Nielsen ratings in, and the ratings started going like that. You know, you bring a left-hander into the mix there, and the rating starts going that way. So yeah, hey, I understand. I can take a hint too, man. If you just need me to get out of here, I can do that too.
Matty, we could have you on 24/7 talking bowling if it ever came to that. But when you broke off, we had just we had been talking about waterlogged pins and kind of the patience needed out there and talking about that. So if you could kind of get back into what you were saying as far as you know, just the message you're telling to these players who are getting 9 a lot, hitting the pocket a lot, but not carrying.
Yeah, I mean, when you have control of the pocket, especially in this type of environment, you really got to rely on your instincts and your versatility skills. And it's just those little fine-tune adjustments, a little more rotation, or a little loft, or a little less grip pressure, or a little more, or a little loft, or a little more speed, or a little less speed. It's just those really, really small things that you just can't teach those things. Those are things that you have to develop as when you practice, and you have to have those skills to be successful out here. I don't know a bowler that doesn't have those skills that isn't successful out here. So those are really the things you got to have, and then you got to have the mental strength. You got to be very process oriented. Go through your pre-shot routine every single time. Sit in the same chair every single time. Drink your water every single time. Do everything the same way every time, and that way you can keep your mind slow and you can stay observational and watch shots go down the lane, read ball reaction, make a good adjustment, and then do the same thing over and over and over again. That's just what we're trying to do with our team, get them really mentally tough, and it's been working out for us very, very well the last couple of months.
All right, Matt, we will let you get back to it. We appreciate you sticking around through that little hiccup. And as always, great to talk with you, good sir.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt. All right, Matt McNeil joining us live on Bowl TV as we get into game number 5. And here on PWBA 2, lanes 15 through 18, we do have Maria Bolanova, Jody Wessner, Stephanie Zavala, Abby Ragsdale, and Jordan Munt on 15 and 16. And then Kayla Bandy, Courtney Ermish, Jordan Richard, and Danielle Henderson on 17 and 18. Danielle, the player I know a lot of folks were eager to see the lone two-hander out in the field this week here at the Louisville Open. All right, have a note into JT about PWBA 3, so hopefully we'll get that unfrozen here. Momentarily. We do have a score update through 4 games. Dasha Kovalova continues to lead after 288 in game 3. She followed it up with 216. She's at plus 169, averaging more than 242 to lead the way. Not far behind, though, Clara Guerrero, who has been incredibly consistent in her last 3 games. 224, 245, 247, 248. Just 5 pins back at plus 164 in second. Then a bit of a gap from second to third. Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 119. Diana Zavyalova plus 112. Gigi Mason plus 102. So 5 players better than plus 100 so far. A 3-way tie for 6th place. Maria Balanova, Laura Plazas, and Shalyn Zolkifli at plus 90. Jordan Richard, we're watching her right now at plus 88. And rounding out the top 10, Valerie Bercier, along with Brianna Cote, tied for 10th at plus 85. Jody Wessner, who we're watching right now at plus 84. Missy Parkin, plus 79. Saw her have a big game to move into 13th place. Scrolling on down to the top 32. Current number is plus 26, Summer Jasmine. 206.5 average at the moment. So what it's taking to make the cut here. Total of 43 players averaging at least 200. Five for 5, Maria Balanova. She's currently in the top 10 at the moment, tied for 6th place at plus 90. 5 for 5. And talking to her after leading the first day last week at the Greater Nashville Open, she talked a little bit about the ups and downs of her rookie season on tour, and you know, it's been a much different experience than as far as lane play and looking at, the angles you have to play out on tour and just attempting to become more comfortable with the week-to-week rigors of traveling and getting used to the tour. And, some familiarity last week in Smyrna, Tennessee, at the Smyrna Bowling Center, just outside of Vanderbilt University, where Maria was a collegiate standout and center she was pretty familiar with as well during her time as a NCAA national champion for the Commodores, and had a really nice overall week and what looked to be a pretty tricky pattern overall. Players got a little bit more comfortable as the tournament went on, but Maria put together her best performance as a professional so far. I'm going to double check it. I believe she finished 8th. Yep, that was at 8th place. And some of that confidence moving over here to the Louisville Open. Now 6 for 6. Folks, PWBA 3 should be up and working. Big thanks to Jason Thomas for taking care of business on site. Double for Courtney Ermish. She made her first cut last week. The Greater Nashville Open. Another rookie on tour.
Aaron, I assumed you went through the score update while I was tending to other things.
I did.
Thank you.
No problem.
But I know a lot of folks out there wanting to watch Clara Guerrero having a nice run, currently in second place after 4 games over on PWBA 3.
See Jordan Richard with 4 in a row.
She's bowling well, currently in 9th. Yeah, it was an interesting conversation you had there with Matt that I was able to listen to. And, the thing about it's one thing to be patient when you're 60 or 70 over, but when you're 60 under, I think if we would have asked him the question, I think he would say the same principle still applies, because you can't get it all back in one game, but your tendency is to want to try to get it back in one game and shoot 270. So, it's just like the same thing you see in football when a team gets behind and then they're forced to start to throw, and, your options become limited because, you're pushed up against the wall, and you've got to find a way to get yourself back in the mix.
Explains why my strategy of trying to get all the pins back in one game never worked.
Yeah, I know. And then by the time you're done, you even if you did shoot a big score, you can't get it back in one game. You start to become mathematically eliminated. Well, if I just throw the next 48, I can still make the cut.
Nice little 48 bagger to wrap up.
Speaking of strings of strikes, Maria Bulanova going for the front 7. Bang.
Let's go.
Straight back.
Business about to pick up here on Bolt TV for the Louisville Open. Maria Bulanova, front 7. Had a front 10 so far. Dasha Kovalova in game number 3. On her way to 288. Currently our overall leader as well. A strike from Jordan Munt will lead us up to Maria's 8th frame. All right, she's ready. Maria looking for 8.
It's good 9.
That was a good 9. That was left off her hand. In position for another nice game and possibility to work her way into the top 5.
Stephanie Zavala showing us the OB. It's very pronounced. If you get the ball right at that, you're right at 10. Even Stephanie Zavala, who can seem like she can get it back from anywhere, she can't get that one back.
As always, Nick keeping the players on their toes here. We are fresh off of 2 weeks where that was the miss, was you wanted to get the ball right. And now all of a sudden this week, right is bad.
Yeah. We've talked about it, pretty much all day, where, you're really asked as a player who's out here week in and week out to do a lot of different things. And, it can be difficult if you're a competitive player and you're just not, you just don't accept bowling terrible one week and then coming back and maybe having a chance. And then the next week, having a great look, and then the next week having nothing again. You really do have to hone all those different parts of your game if you want to be competitive week in and week out. Stephanie might be getting to a part in the block where, you know, the fronts are starting to hook a little bit. And, you know, like I said, there's really not, you can't really get left at 25, you know, because they're, if you look at the pattern, all the shape is right at 25. And, you know, she likes to go left to right. And, you know, we're starting to see, you know, she's opened up her angles quite a bit. If she gets it right, it does hit that OB. That one looked like a pretty good shot, and it almost went high, just barely gets the 4-pin out. So, you know, she's at a point where she's probably pretty close to having to make a ball change to something weaker so she can stay in that zone. But I don't know how much further left she can get. And she's still got one more game out on the lanes to go.
Talked about Stephanie making a run with a couple of strikes in game number 3, 204, 206, 255, but then took a major dip in the standings, 148 last game to drop to plus 13. So she was at plus 65 after 3, and then fell out of the number. That 140 game.
Yeah, made the turn from the high end to the low end. And yeah, it's we said it would be interesting games 4, 5, and 6 once they started to burn up a little bit. And players had to move off the spot. You know, are you going to be able to carry, and are you going to be able to get far enough left and still find oil? And it looks like Maria Bolanova certainly has. But, you know, she's a lot more end over end than Stephanie is, you know, so she can keep the ball in front of her doing that. Stephanie has to have, she needs the ball to be a little bit further right of the pocket, you know, because it's going to make such a sharp turn on the back end. You know, unless she can get up the back of it a little more or find a piece of equipment that can control, you know, burn up a little earlier. It's funny because you think, okay, when they hook, you always have to go to a weaker ball, right? Isn't that what people typically think? They start to hook, so got to go to a weaker ball. Well, sometimes because of the shape that you're required to play, you might need a stronger ball because you need the ball to burn up earlier, and you need to keep it in a little window. You know, we saw Stephanie throw one right at 10, and it just had no chance of hooking, missed the head pin. So, and then she threw a really good shot after that, and it almost went high. It basically did go a little high. Tripped the 4, left the 9-pin. So that ball just has too much. It just has too much back end motion for her to fit the shape that the lanes are requiring you to play. So you may need a stronger ball, you know, to change that shape so that the ball can fit into that window on the back part of the lane. But, you know, you do that, and then you start to see the flat 10s like we see Courtney Ermish leave there. So it's tough.
All part of the equation each and every week here on tour. Maria stepping up, 10th frame. Again through the head pin on lane 16. With the spare can get into the 250s. Abby Ragsdale, nice little run, four in a row. She still has 250s out there.
Yeah, Stephanie, right on the edge. I think the last couple shots she's thrown, I think she really liked them, and they both went high for a trip 4 type hit. Maria, I don't know if this lane just started hooking on her a little bit, or if she made a couple of bad shots, but can still shoot 250, 259. Oh, chops the spare. And we'll shoot 247. So disappointing finish for her after starting with the front 7.
We'll head into the final game at plus 139.
Taylor Bailey just off to our right. Shot a nice 237 to get back to -9.
Taylor has experienced the roller coaster of this 44-foot pattern so far today. She was tied for first after game 1 with 268, but followed with games of 150, 159, and 177.
Ouch. And then 237. So, yeah, definitely a roller coaster.
Shot there from Jody Wessner. She can get to 221.
Abby Ragsdale not happy about missing that 10 pin. Boy, that's just so costly because, you carry that and throw it a couple more and you shoot 253 and, you end up missing it and lose 33 pins, 220.
With the mark, she would have gotten on the right side of plus. However, going to be -4 and Jody. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's getting to that point, Aaron, in the day where you've got to get left a little bit, but you can't get it, throw it too far away from you to create angle back into the pocket. Plus the carry's bad. We're going to see some of that.
Good news for Jody. She shot 278 last game. So she entered this game at plus 84, and she will now get to plus 94.
Yeah, she got the first hit in the 10th, so that was big. And so that, that's not going to hurt her too much, but she will remember it. Well, Stephanie's been kind of playing with fire the last couple of shots. She's been high, tripped the 4. Let's see if she makes a move or, does something a little different here to try to get the ball flush in the pocket. Well, same thing. Trips the 4 and trips the 4-6. Well, I guess you just go to the well again, right? At some point, she's. It's not going to trip a 4. It's going to go high. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, but I would have been tempted to get a look at a different ball there. You got away with it. You know you're not going to get. You need to make a move at this point, right? I mean, that's not going to work anymore. So we'll have to see what she does. This last game, if she sticks with that ball and tries to just maybe jump in a little bit deeper.
Game 5 complete. Game 6 getting underway on 17 and 18. So look at Stephanie Johnson, who started with a 240, but now sits at minus 20 heading into this final game. Here on lanes 15 through 18, we are slated to see on the pair that's already underway, 17 and 18, Tanya Ramanpour, Shayna Carr, Stephanie Johnson, and Kara Mangiola. Over on 15 and 16, we will have Lauren Pate, Shannon Pluhowski, Fania Kobo, Shannon O'Keefe, and Kayla Smith. So we get ready for this final game here of qualifying round number 1 at the PWBA Louisville Open at Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville, Kentucky. I want to give a shout out to another one of our apparel sponsors, High Five Gear. Their apparel is an extension of you. Bold, creative, original, custom apparel for the individual, the team, and everyone in between. Shout out to High Five Gear, a proud sponsor of the PWBA Tour. You can learn more about their authentic, handcrafted apparel by visiting h5gbrands.com. And folks, do not fret. We do have a giveaway coming up as well here in Game 6. We'll get that going in a couple of frames. So we get everybody into the mix here for the final game. So be on the lookout. Giveaway right here on BoldTV.com. Got some names up there on 15 and 16. As we see, though, through 5 games, only 2 players plus in that grouping. Shannon O'Keefe at plus 76, Lauren Pate at plus 2. We will have a second 6-game round coming up later today, 5 p.m. Eastern Time for that. And after 12 total games today, we will determine the top 32 who will be moving on to additional competition on Saturday. The top 32 will hit the lanes 10 a.m. Eastern, bowl 6 more games before we get to the top 12. And a final 6-game block at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll determine the top 4 for tomorrow night's step ladder finals right here on BoldTV.com, 6 p.m. Eastern. Who's going to win?
watch Shannon O'Keefe this game. I thought I was down there changing the game of graphic and got to overhear a little conversation between two of her ball reps. And on the fill ball, she had a string of strikes, finished with 230 game. But on the fill ball, one of the ball reps came over and said, "Hey, what are you having her throw on the fill ball?" And the answer was, something with a lower diff so that the ball basically doesn't see the front at all and allows her to stay in the same part of the lane. And so that's kind of what we were talking about before with Stephanie Zavala. It is her ball starts to go high. Do you really want to move left, or do you want to, throw something that gets through the front a little cleaner, but also doesn't overread on the back? So it's just a very subtle. And then Shannon threw this other ball and of course crushed the pocket. Now has a decision to make. Am I going to throw that ball? And that looked really good. The ball she was throwing prior to that was she threw like a 5-bagger to close the game, but the strikes weren't all that convincing. There were a lot of 5 pins leaning over and 10 pins going really late. And so now, she has a decision to make this game. Do you go ahead and make the ball change and throw the one that looked really good? And she may have gotten that one a pinch in and it still held and went flush. So she doesn't know what it's going to look like if it hits half pocket. But those are just the kind of decisions you have to make out here. And knowing her, my guess, and I haven't had the luxury of seeing her throw a shot yet because, we do have that. We can cheat. My guess, knowing her, is she'll stick with the same ball and see what it looks like. Because she's patient. There's no need for her to take a risk. If she doesn't know what that other ball is going to do and it hits half pocket, why? Yeah, and she's going to throw the other ball. The one that she finished that she threw 5-bagger with. So she's not going to make the ball change yet. It's just patience.
Man, this sounds like a great song that you're putting together here. The wailing tones of Axl Rose. You should just play that during the block, just over and over again.
Yeah, but watch this ball. This is what she was throwing prior to the fill ball, right? She threw a nice little string of strikes, but watch how this ball hits.
Yes, not convincing,
right? But it's like I'm controlling the pocket. I know if I make 10 good shots, I'm going to shoot 220 this game. That's a good game. Why mess with it?
And I think, a lot of that, looking at the scoreboard, it shows her for being plus 76 at the moment, which is well within the number. So, that's, you talk about the risk reward a little bit earlier, and, she's in a position where she doesn't have to risk it.
Yeah, she knows, hey, if I throw this ball, this pair even plays remotely close to the last one, I'm going to shoot 220 or 230 again. I'm going to be 100 over, and I'll be in good shape. Not trying to lead yet. Just smart bowling. Oh, get that trick 6-pin. Kayla.
The McKendree connection strong on 15-16. Kayla, current Bearcat. Lauren Pate, a former Bearcat for Mama Bearcat, Shannon O'Keefe.
Yeah, Shannon was saying the other day about how, it's gotten to the point now on tour where she's surrounded by former students, and they're really good. We do have our 5-game score dash update. Speaking of dash, Dasha Kovalova plus 204 is our leader. Clara Guerrero in second at plus 171. Maria Jose Rodriguez in third at plus 139. Maria Bolanova, we just watched her shoot 247. She's in fourth at plus 137. And Laura Plazas rounds out the top 5 at plus 133. 12th place is currently at plus 97. That is Verity Crawley. Shannon O'Keefe is 1 pin back of that in 13th at plus 96. Looks like the score that we have on her score on the score monitor is not correct. Or we'll figure it all out. Aaron Smith, we'll figure it out. 32nd place, Deandra Esbady plus 26 is our cut number.
There we go.
So the other thing Shannon's doing, she's using a little trick. It's not all that easy to pick up, but she's kind of spinning it and being nice to it and throwing it hard just to keep it in that little window. You see how she's kind of, sometimes you got to pet the kitty, as Brian O'Keefe would say. Just be nice to it. Pet the kitty. Spin it a little bit. Don't hit it too hard. Let it float through the front part of the lane, then pick up on the back, and that one hit nice and hard. If she hits flush there or light mixer, she carries. If she hits half pocket, she carries maybe 20% of the time. But she's not going to do anything other than those 3 things. And so she knows odds are she's going to shoot 230.
If I throw it well, I'm shooting 230. Yep.
Right. And if you ask her, and this isn't arrogance, this is just fact. She can out execute anybody. She knows if she just needs to bear down and make great shots for one game, she can do it and shoot 230.
The only thing better than bearing down, JT, is winning a free Bowl TV t-shirt.
Ah, yes.
It's giveaway time, folks. Let's go ahead and get this giveaway out and about into the world. Bowl TV t-shirt up for grabs for one lucky Bowl TV viewer. This is your first time joining us. First off, welcome. And thank you for becoming part of the Bowl TV community. Our giveaways are quick, easy, and simple. All you have to do is look in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Momentarily, it's going to have a message that says, a giveaway will begin soon. Watch here to participate. It'll count down for 60 seconds. At the conclusion of that, you're going to see another message pop up in this very same part of the screen that says, the giveaway has begun. And it'll count down for 45 seconds. And you'll see a submit entry button. All you want to do is hit that submit entry button as Shannon gets them all to crumble there for an early 3-bagger. Folks, if you are watching in full screen, we do recommend you take it out of full screen just for the giveaway so you can see the chat and the channel navigation, all that good stuff. But it's time. Let's do this thing, get it out into the world. And with Lauren Pate's resounding strike in the 4th. Good luck, everybody. One lucky viewer taking home a Bowl TV t-shirt. Limited edition, one of a kind. All right, congratulations to Sean for winning the Bull TV T-shirt. Sean, our marketing team will be reaching out to you in the next couple of days to get the shirt size and make sure that's sent off to the right address. So big thanks to everybody for joining, being part of the Bull TV community. And a big hello into the chat to the Hall of Famer, Emil Williams Jr.
I was sure he was going to win the T-shirt. I was absolutely writing that down. Is he eligible? Like if he would have won?
I think so. I think it's in play.
He's off this week, right?
He's off this week.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, if that flat 10 is going to carry for Shannon, she's going to shoot 300 this game.
Well, I would like that. That would be fun.
Yeah. Because that was the one we said she was probably leave 2 or 3 times maybe this game, shoot 230. But if that's going to carry, it's over.
Got Sean, the winner of the Bull TV T-shirt, mentioning that birthday was yesterday. So happy belated birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sean. Happy birthday to you.
Disclaimer for the giveaway does not come with a song for every victory.
Thank goodness. Stephanie Johnson having a little bit of a rough go today. It's just interesting, Aaron. You know, we talked to her yesterday and she saw the scoring pace as being low. And for her, it is.
We had caught her at the end of game 1 when we switched over to a different pair and saw her wrap up a 240 game, but has not been north of 200 since. 189, 183, 174, 194. She's at minus 20 entering this game. Kick things off with a couple strikes and can still get to 232 this game to get to the right side of plus. But once again, that roller coaster we have mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, she did talk about it yesterday. Came into the event pretty low on gas after the win at the PBA King of the Lanes Empress Edition. Stayed up all night, flew out in the morning on Thursday, and maybe still hasn't kind of recovered. She did say she had a better look later in the practice session. Still possible 232 this game, so would start to get her back on the right track. Fania Kobo trying to bounce back after a 147 in game number 5. Oh, Aaron, what is that? Is that 2 slap 10s in a row?
That is.
Woo! Here it comes. If they're going to give her that, forget about it.
JT says mark it down, folks.
Clara Guerrero putting together another big game. She's got the front 6 with 9 spare in the 7th, so possible 279 for Clara.
Tenth frame for Tanya, looking to get into the 240s. Three and 610 though. First hit in the 10th would have given her the opportunity to wrap up this block north of plus 100. Spare strike can get her to 97. 97 over. Tanya now into the 220s with the spare. She's going to have herself a nice opening round.
Nice shot there from Kayla. I like the towel in the offhand, Karen Smith.
That's a throwback move right there, JT.
Yeah.
That's of an era gone by.
You know, you don't have to pick up your towel after your shot. You can just wipe it right off and then just keep it in your hand. Oh, that's not nice.
That was executive strike saying no more after 2 slap 10s.
Yeah, you don't slap 3 10s in a row on me. And plus, I'm going to throw the 7-pin up there to take back one of the other ones.
Stephanie can still get to 212 here.
Yeah, I think she's gonna figure something out during the break. She's just too good. We've seen her have, bad blocks in the morning and come back and strike fest to get herself in the cut. I think she just wasn't seeing them right. I was really surprised when she said she thought they'd be low to medium scoring. It's certainly not ridiculously high scoring, but I mean, there's 10 players that are more than 100 over. It's pretty good scores on the PWBA tour. You know how difficult the patterns normally play.
Tanya with the strike on the fill did get to plus 97. Stephanie's going to be at minus 18. After the pocket 7-10 in the sixth, O'Keefe ready for her seventh frame here momentarily.
Yeah, just pet the kitty. Be nice to it. It's not that hard to see what she's doing, but it's really impressive. I mean, normally she's so aggressive at the bottom and hits it, and she's just kind of poofing it out there with her hand, just a little spinny. Spin it through the front. Light mixer.
Hasn't lost the pocket yet.
No, she's not going to miss the pocket. I will. I went on a limb and said 300 was going to happen. That didn't happen. But I will say she's not going to miss the pocket, especially because she's made that choice to stay with that ball. I remember Aaron in the days of Tiger Woods winning basically every major. It almost got to the point of boring, where he would just play to the middle part of the green. He'd hit the ball on the correct side of the fairway, middle part of the green. He'd make a few putts here and there. When the pins were accessible, he'd hit it to them, make his birdies. And then he would just make the field catch him. And that's kind of how Shannon bowls. She just doesn't need to be doing crazy stuff. She just goes out, plays percentages. She's so good at just managing her game. And it's a clinic. It's clinical. She's got, 3 more options that she could go to that would still work, that would give her, some different outcomes. But the one she's got right now is she knows it's 230 with possible 260. It's just percentages. It's like a video game for her.
And one where she often has the high score.
Thank you for making that point, finishing it off so nicely for me.
Had a note in the Bold TV chat from Rhonda, who said in a similar fashion, she also carries a chamois in her non-bowling arm.
Okay, I'd be curious to know why.
She said why. She said
Okay.
it was helps to stabilize her balance arm.
Okay. Oh, Aaron Smith. Am I gonna be wrong twice in one game? She missed the pocket. She made a bad shot. That's very rare, but it wasn't a good one. A little off balance. Missed it at the bottom a little bit, even though she's trying to miss it. I will go out on a limb and say she'll make the spare.
I will not bet you $1 million on it.
It's not an easy spare, especially with the 5-pin moved over a little bit. Makes it more choppable. The other thing about the way she's playing the lanes is, when she does make a bad shot like that, her miss is that. It's not a washout or a big 4. It's a 4-pin or it's a 2-pin. It's not crazy stuff. Funny, she's just trapped a little bit too far to the right. And yeah, that was a good shot. She liked it, and it just picks up a little early. But then, if she gets the ball right of that, it doesn't pick up and washes out. So she's got to take a little jump left and maybe get it to hook about 5 feet later. Maybe 3 feet later. Not quite as much angle. She's really struggled the last couple of games. Ten back.
All is right with the world.
Well, let's see what happens in the 10th. This is a big 10th frame. She went 7-10, then 2-4-5. My guess is she's just going to say, "Hey, don't miss it right. Maybe even like square up like a pinch to the right. Maybe like move her feet like a half board right, and just jam it in there, and go high flush." And you know what? I'll get her at the end, and we'll talk to her, and I just want to hear what her thought process was going into this game with the ball, and let's just hear it. I think it's going to be really interesting for folks watching at home. So stay tuned. We'll get Shannon after this game just to kind of talk through because it's just so. I just love listening to her explain the thought process behind it.
I like the sound of that, JT.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I talked about Tiger Woods and made the comparison, and when it was boring, right? The golf was just so clinical, and they would ask him like how he's doing, and he would give these boring answers, but it's like that's actually what he's doing. He's just, I'm gonna hit the right half of the fairway, and I'm gonna hit it to the middle of the green and make 20% of my putts, that are within 20 feet, 25 feet, proximity to the hole, fairways and greens, no 3 putts. And it's boring, but it works. And it was like a video game for him. I remember watching him at a tournament in Seattle, and he hit this incredible drive. I mean, it was one of the most beautiful drives I've ever seen. 3-wood, hit it like 320 down the left side of the fairway, and he slammed his 3-wood onto the ground. He was so mad. And I was like, what is he upset about? And I walk up the fairway with, the million people and get up to his ball. And he was mad because he wanted to hit it in the right side of the fairway because the pin was tucked to the left. And where he hit his drive, he couldn't get to the pin without bringing a bunker into play. And so he had to hit to the middle of the green. And he was that precise. People it's just hard to see the level of precision that the greatest in the world have with their games.
We'll look forward to that breakdown from Shannon here. Just a couple of shots away as we do wrap up qualifying round number 1. We will be back for 6 more games, 5 p.m. Eastern time. So a little less than 3 hours. So had a couple of pairs with 5 on a pair this week. So pace of play a little bit slower. So a little bit shorter break for these athletes. But we will certainly be ready to go once again here on Bowl TV. Story so far today has been the defending champion, Dasha Kovalova.
Curtis Von Kruger will be doing an interview with Dasha for social that we'll post after the round. So be sure to check back on our social pages for that. But we'll have Shannon O'Keefe here on Bowl TV.
Taking a look at Shannon's walk, the first part of it did have some back and forth, 193, 237, 176, but then 257, 233, and potentially 246 here.
What was my guess here on what's going to happen?
You said 230s.
No, but what on this shot?
Oh,
going to jam it in there, right?
Square up and, yep. The heater, Ricky.
Shocker.
That also gets her into the 230s. So. When you're right, JT.
It's just she's predictable because she's so great. We knew that hit wasn't going to be great, and she actually carried it 2 out of 4 times and shot 230, which is basically what she shot last game and what she knew she would shoot this game if this pair played, even remotely close. But we're going to get a chance to talk to her and get some insight into how the greatest in the world thinks. So I'm going to go run down and do that, Aaron. And
Alrighty.
yeah. Game 6.
Game 6 in the books. Looks like we're all sitting down on PWBA 1 and just 1 or 2 shots left on, or all done on PWBA 3. Just 1 or 2 shots left on PWBA 1. Looks like Dasha fell back a little bit that final game. Gonna finish the day at plus 193, or finish the round, I should say. We'll be trying to catch up here with Shannon O'Keefe. The technical breakdown of her final game, which we watched right here. I know JT is excited for that, and looks like Shannon is ready. So let's bring her into the broadcast here. And there she is. Hi, Shannon.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I know JT has a few questions ready for you. I'm not sure if he's by your side yet or not.
He is.
He is. All right, JT.
Yeah.
I'll let you jump in there first.
Yeah, so we watched you pretty closely down the stretch,
Yeah.
and it was interesting. I overheard a conversation with John and Chuck about your fill ball the game before.
Yes.
And it looked like you had a pretty decent look with the ball you were throwing. You shot 230 that game.
Right.
You got to look at another ball that looked really good,
It
even
looked
though you might
really
have
good.
got it in a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we predicted.
That I changed balls?
No, I
Oh.
I predicted that you'd stay with the same ball that you had before,
Yeah.
because you didn't know what that other ball was going to do if
Correct.
you missed.
You're correct. That's
Right?
what I did. Yeah.
Okay. And then we predicted you'd probably shoot around 230 with a couple of flat tens,
That's
but you
so
you
great.
bumped those 210 pins, and then we said she's bowling 300 this game. And as soon as we
Aw.
said that, of course, what
Pocket 710. Well,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
shot wasn't very good. So all of my misses on this pattern need to be in front of me. It needs, my eyes need to be further left than what I think in order to keep the angles the way that they need to be. And all of my misses when I kind of placky 710 or I left that 245, or they're all just getting a little too far right. And the second it comes off my hand, I'm like, dang it, O'Keefe, like that's not going to hook right there. So yeah, it is what it is. I did it to myself. It wasn't your fault. I'll take the blame.
Okay, now one thing we did talk about, 10th frame on that lane.
Yeah.
I said you weren't going to miss the pocket the whole game, and of course you did, and you made a bad shot. And I
Yeah.
said, I guarantee you on this shot, she maybe is going to even move like a half board right and just jam one in there.
Oh, I actually just moved my eyes one left.
Okay.
Same difference.
All right.
Same
Well,
difference.
I
Yeah,
just
you know me too well. You've watched
I-
me bowl a lot.
I do.
Yeah, I was not going to miss the pocket. And I felt like I felt like I threw some really bad ones the game before, but they were in front of me and I hit the pocket and I struck. So I was not going to 245 again. So I'm like, just freaking keep it in front of you, Shannon. Let's go. Much better.
One thing we talked about with Matt McNeil was the importance of patience on this pattern, because the pocket seems to be pretty easy to hit, but the carry's really difficult, right?
Well,
Well,
if you ask me in my 170 games, I'm going to say the pocket feels like it's impossible to hit. I agree. Like I noticed that yesterday when we were practicing, I'm like, man, these pins sound like they're hollow. It's really bizarre how they fall. And so, yeah, one would think, control the pocket, make your spares, catch the good games when you catch them. But for me, I think I got trapped using way too strong of a bowling ball. I think maybe something a little weaker with some surface on it won't be so bad on the fresh. So I'm going to attack them just a little bit different on the fresh. Of course, I 2-4-8-10 in the 10th frame my first game because I missed right. So I just have to clean up some stuff on my end. But yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think if you can get to a part of the lane where you feel very confident, you're going to hit the pocket a lot. It's just a matter of whether the ball's going to carry or not. And that's where patience is key, because then you want to try to start making it strike, and that never works for anybody. And that's where the bad shot making comes into play. So yeah, you guys are on the money.
well, that's all I had, Aaron. I enjoyed it.
It's like he's in my head. It's so creepy.
It literally was the entire game. That's what it was. JT
That's
was
so
breaking
funny.
it down shot for shot, which was
He's like,
which
I
was
know
awesome.
exactly what she's gonna do.
But
It's so great.
and you know, you kind of got into the things I was going to ask about as well. Kind of, you know, what were you know, you had the great finish, some of the things, but you said, you know, just cleaning up some things in the from the first half of the block that kind of didn't go your way. So it sounds
Yeah.
like the game plan is kind of in place for that second round coming up. So the only question I have for you is, what's for lunch?
Oh, yeah, I'm not so sure. I'm with Stephanie and Carrie, and I'm not a big eater between blocks. And with it being really warm, I'm not into that. So I might try to find a shake somewhere, and like a healthy shake, not like an ice cream shake. But we'll see. Not sure.
All right, Shannon. Well, we'll let you rest up for the next block.
Thanks, guys.
Get that shake. Great bowling once again, and thanks for joining us on Bowl TV.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
All right, folks. There she was, Shannon O'Keefe joining us. Now she's gone. JT's still there, though, I believe. JT. Oh, there he is. JT's on multiple headsets and transmissions right now, and now he's gone again. But he'll be back, just like we'll be back on Bowl TV for round 2 of the PWBA Louisville Open, taking place 5 p.m. Eastern today. And after 12 games are in the books, we will cut to the top 32. Who will advance to competition on Saturday. Starts once again, 10 a.m. Eastern time, another 6-game block to determine the top 12. And then at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, the top 12 will return to the lanes. Bowl 6 games. There we go. Until JT comes back. To determine our top 4 after 24 games are in the books. Total pinfall carrying over to determine our stepladder finalists here at the PWBA Louisville Open at Executive Strike and Spare. JT is back.
Hello.
There he is.
Hello.
JT, how much?
Just trying to set up Dasha Kovalova's interview with Curtis, but yeah, that was a fun interview with Shannon. I enjoyed it.
It was borderline uncanny how close that all was.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just fun to watch her bowl because you know the execution's going to be there. Right. So then it becomes just a lane play game. Right. And that's just fun. I mean, it's like playing chess at that point. And, you know, somebody who like me cannot execute shots at the quality level of Shannon O'Keefe, which is basically the rest of the world as well in that group. It's fun if you understand, you know, bowling, you know, just to be able to kind of theorize about what would happen if hey, what if you did this, what if you did that, and then she's just able to do it. And so that, you know, that's the fun part of, I'm sure for the ball reps out here, you know, they all are masters of understanding ball motion, and their goal is to try to match up players with, you know, with the best opportunity to strike, and they have the best players in the world to work with, so it's a lot of fun. But you know, Shannon, you know, takes that to the highest level because she's the best, so it's just fun to watch. And then, you know, understand her thought process, but it's basically just down to a science for her.
It was fun to watch, JT, and we'll be back once again, folks, 5 p.m. Eastern time for round number 2. So we look forward to seeing the adjustments these players are going to make on this 44-foot condition. Big thank you, as always, to the USBC and BPAA and their board of directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider, bringing us these great oil patterns, these great conditions. Who's on site for us this week? JT.
Bill
is back.
Bill's actually out there. I see him right now. He's walking out, ready to do the lanes for the next round. So Bill doing a great job, and he said he'll be back for a few more events this season that he wasn't originally scheduled to do. So he does a great job.
Big shout out to Bill and Kegel for their continued support. Of course, the athletes each and every week here on the tour, putting on a great show, their dedication, their effort to their craft, fun for us to watch. And of course, the Bowl TV audience, a big thank you as always. Shout out to Sean winning the Bowl TV t-shirt a day after the birthday. So that's can't get much better than that. That's probably the best birthday present outside of Stephanie Zavala winning a title on her birthday. So that's the only thing I would want besides that. But so congratulations to Sean. Thanks again to everybody for being part of the community. We always appreciate it. To the staff at Executive Strike and Spare, we're back here. Another great tournament once again. So shout out to Jason and his crew and for the PWBA staff on site. And finally, the Bull TV staff, Curtis Von Kruger, JT, Jason Thomas. I'm Aaron Smith. Folks, we'll see you in a couple hours, 5 p.m. Eastern for round number 2 here from the PWBA Louisville Open. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Be sure to check social media and PWBA.com for updates after the round. And of course, remember, on Bull TV, bowling lives here. We'll see you soon, folks.